My people, what up, what up? Director Peoplz here. What you're about to watch is a unedited stream from last night. It went so well that I wanted to share it with everyone, and I still will continue to make the videos I have been making in the way I have been making them. But I'm thinking that I want to start also releasing the streams. I'm starting to get used to the streaming process, so there's less moments where I need to step away. But it's all raw, it's all unedited, but it's pretty much what happened. And I think it'd be nice to see that in real time. One of the viewers jumped in and we pretty much tag team and went on a little adventure, and it was quite interesting. His character really had some breakthrough moments, and it's the reason that we were able to get as far as we got. P&D Live is when I stream and run a campaign, a little mini session, and I rope in the viewers should they want to get involved as well. Think of it like open court basketball. You know, if you're coming here to role play, it's open court role play. You just gotta jump on the court. You know, you just say you want to jump in. We'll roll up your abilities. We'll figure out, you know, everything else as we go. If that's something that you might be interested in, definitely jump in the next time we have a stream, whenever that is. Just keep an eye out for the notifications. If you happen to be scrolling through YouTube and you get one, maybe stop on by. I'm currently working on the next video for my solo series with Hemseer Boone. That episode will be coming out soon, so keep an eye out for that as well. But in the meantime, hopefully you enjoy this session that we had last night. And if this is something you can see yourself getting involved with, you know, all you need is your thumb, and just type in the chat what it is your character doing, and it'll be as if your character is with us, as if your character is in the party. If you want an idea what that looks like, sit back and take a look. This is a pretty long session, but I assure you that each part is not wasted. Each part is very important, and you get to kind of see what my character that I rolled up and another viewer's character rolled up. We were able to make some great progress. So I'm not going to talk a hole into your head. Just sit back and see what we got into. Mic check. Not sure what that was about. Thanks for letting me know, though. That would have sucked. Hey, Varium Gray, what's up? How you doing today? You know, in that last stream that we were on, Varium, I did not know. There was whenever I would go into my director cam, is what I call it, which is when it's just my face like this. I had it set to like there was music playing, and maybe the group didn't hear it, but you could hear it in the recording, in the live stream after I upload it, and it was playing the whole time while I was talking, and it was really loud. So a lot of that you couldn't even hear me talking, and I don't know if the audience heard it on their end, because I think someone would have told me, because it was really loud. You couldn't hear anything I was saying. It only showed up after it was all finished. I was like, man, that sucks, because I was saying a lot. Couldn't hear any of it. The only things you could hear me say is when I was on, when I was rolling die, and I was on the pretty much on any other screen but this one. And I usually only come to this one when I want to talk and talk about something. So that kind of sucked. Oh, so it was happening where there's just loud music playing while I'm talking? Huh. Well, I got rid of it now, so it shouldn't happen anymore. But suffice to say, it did kind of ruin the other streams. Not completely. I was actually able to salvage the last stream where I got killed. I can fill in the things that I was saying, I can add to the story after I edit it. But there were still some things that I wish I could have had on there. So what I want to do today is we're going to roll some characters. Feel free to jump in if you want. This is an open party. I want to kind of sharpen my skills here. So I'm going to run an open party, and pretty much what that is, you're going to roll, if you want to play, you'll just simply roll up some stats, whether it be your abilities. And then you're going to tag along, and whenever we encounter, we'll encounter, and you'll respond and you'll react to the same things that I'm reacting to. All you got to do, if you want to do something, just type it in. And hopefully, in a reasonable amount of time, we can, cue your actions up, and I will take my actions, and we'll even see what happens after that. And I'm going to do that with anyone who wants to jump in. And of course, let's just say if 1 million people were here and everyone was acting and sending in actions, I'm not going to catch all of them, right? But we have a small group, and for now, that's how we're gonna take care of it. I'm going to roll up my character. I want to go back to these ruins. I want to keep trying to get into these ruins, until I can, complete it. Hopefully we don't have to head back to town. You know what I mean? But if we have to escape, we will, but who knows? We'll see what happens. Let me take care of something here. There you go. I definitely did not see Hemseer Boone's fate. Last I saw, he got stabbed, but was going to make it. Oh man. So I'm actually finishing. I'm working on that episode now. I was having so much fun working on that episode that I wanted to stop and live stream, because there was a lot of world building in that episode. And I was like, yo, I want to do that right now. So that's going to be coming. That episode is going to be coming soon. I really wanted to live stream Hemseer Boone. But I didn't want to start until I at least release what happened in the last episode, because people would be confused. They would probably be like, yo, why is he, wounded? So, so until then, in between me finishing those solo RPG episodes, I'm just going to have some fun and roll up some other characters who are also all going to be part of, we want them to survive, because we want to be able to contribute to the Black Tower, and the Black Tower is pretty much our home base. I don't know if you had a chance, but visit the website. I had made some updates that now include the newest character, the newest stranger, Tress Hitch. And I even added a little map there, because we're building a map. We're building a map of everything that we're discovering so far. And so far, we've encountered... Actually, you know what? I'm going to go to the website. Give me 1 second here. Let's take a look at the map here. So the mysterious Black Tower is where we are currently. Mafrafrul, Sailing Sand City, is where Hemseer Boone is. And I believe Grey Dart has just arrived too. And then in the newest episode, Tress Hitch, she discovered this Plapindo dwelling. Don't know if that's the name of it, but that's what she knows it as. So until we actually get an official name for it, that's what it's going to be called. And this ruin, this location that we're going to plunder today, don't know where that is in relation to everything else. We'll figure that out soon, probably when we have to escape for our lives. Excuse me. Okay. I'm going to jump right into it. Matter of fact, you want to roll your character first? Yeah, as usual. Description, 2 abilities, your attributes, your epithet, aka nickname. You want to go first? All right, cool. Cool. Let's do this. First things first. Your description. Now, I'm going to roll 3 pairs of descriptions. And using that, you're going to determine what you look like. We have judgmentally extravagant, loosely petite, innocently faded. Judgmentally extravagant, loosely petite, innocently faded. And remember, it's all about interpretation. You don't have to take these words literally, but they should lend to, and it, even if it was just one of the pair, they are meant to like lend to each other and kind of paint a full picture. Ex-royal vibe from that. Judgmentally extravagant. Yeah, I can see that. You're saying X because like, he's kind of getting that from faded. Like maybe it was in the past and maybe some of those qualities are worn off, exhausted. I like that. And oops. I like that. So let's go with that. Ex-royalty. Ex-royalty. Maybe some kind of an outcast, wasted away, wanderer type. Bet. Ex-royalty, outcast, wasted wanderer. Wasted wasted wandering ex-royalty. Or however you want to, you put that. We can flesh that out as we go, but I'm definitely getting that vibe. I can see how you could say that from that collection of words there. Wasted wandering ex-royalty. And it sounds kind of cool. Okay. Next up, abilities. You get 2 rerolls. but you can only re-roll the most recent roll. Okay. First ability. Climbing. Climber. So everything associated with that, when I see climbing, I immediately know that you'll now be able to have a governing attribute of agility, strength, one of those. And anything associated with, dexterous type actions. Climber. Which could come in handy in situations, a lot of physical situations, if you're exploring ruins, per se. I can see climbing being useful, wandering far from home, seeking tall places to get bearings. Yeah. Yeah, and think of the region that we're in right now. Lots of mountains. Sand City. Mafrafarul has some really tall buildings, to your point. So yeah, that can definitely be useful. Do we want to keep that and roll the second one, or potentially maybe re-roll this one? Keep. All right. And your second ability. I think that might be a... Oh my God. Okay. I am rolling on the wrong table. That's why that came up. You can ignore that one. I'm rolling on the ability table for creatures when I encounter creatures. But climbing, definitely is fine. That is a skill that you would roll. In fact, that is on the list. But ignore that last roll. I'm going to roll your second ability / skill. History. Whoa, that's a good one. And that's going to be interesting because, we are world building in first person. Right? We are world building in first person. So when you encounter something, we are going to roll to see if maybe you recall or know about this, or remember a little bit more than the average person about certain things. And that's kind of how we'll justify the history. A little lore feat, pretty much. And, for role playing sake, I would even encourage you to narrow it down. Because the more you narrow it down, the more you can justify having a higher chance of, if it's a specific area of history. I know the history of politics or cultures or wars. Exactly. I want it to be like an amnesia breakthrough, and that's the best way to go about it if we're going to do it in first person. I don't know if you've seen some of the character creation for the last two characters, the last two strangers, but when they find something, they recall, once they picked it up, they remembered, oh, I'm good with this weapon, that's how we're going to go about it. Unless anything changes, but it's going to be an amnesia thing for sure. One of the biggest mysteries of us is, we're coming out of nowhere, where our race is shrouded in mystery. and we're all amnesiacs. And that can change. This is going to be an ongoing story that's going to develop. And we're going to build it as we go. Climbing in history. And remember, you're not you're going to be untrained in everything else that's not related to these skills. So you're not going to be the best fighter, but neither will I. But it's going to feel that much better when you actually overcome and we beat something. The more you use a skill, we'll see if we can get better at it. You know, if you get some exceptional results on your rolls, that would justify asking the question, do I improve, you know, in XYZ ability? So it's not I say that to say it's not a complete bad thing to not have any combat expertise, because combat, even though I got absolutely obliterated in that last stream, combat is not the end all be all. I didn't have to fight that person. I think history based on settlements, nomadic peoples, that kind of thing, like instinctively knowing my way around geographically and maybe culturally. Yeah, that definitely justifies history is pretty vague. And yeah, you know, all that is under that umbrella for certain. So just remember, your abilities are going to be ranked at high by default. So what you think? You want to keep that? Climbing in history. All right. He's keeping it. All right, bet. That's pretty neat, because now that the nickname, I believe, is what we're at now. Give me 1 second. Let's see. All right, attributes. All right, so governing attributes for these skills. I think you're probably familiar with the skills. With the attributes: strength, IQ, willpower, reflex, toughness. If you need me to, I can bring them all up here. But pretty much we're going to try to figure out which one of everybody's attributes, because we're all on an even playing field, are average. But the attribute that is related to your skill will get a bonus of 1 rank shift, making it above average. So for climbing, which of your attributes governs your skill to climb? Strength or agility? And one can even make an argument for reflex. You know, maybe, you know, sometimes it takes reflexes to be able to climb something. It depends on what you're climbing too. That's a little bit of a stretch, but it can be justified. It can be justified. So when it comes to climbing, which attribute would you like to govern climbing? Strength, agility, reflex, intelligence, being sort of emaciated, worn, etc. Okay, you're skinny. Okay, I think agility makes more sense for climbing than strength. Slow and steady. All right, sounds good. And for history, I think that's probably only going to be intelligence. I can't imagine any other one. Do you agree? Unless there's another angle that you're thinking that I'm not thinking about. I'd almost want to go IQ, but intuition makes a lot of sense too. Okay, intuition. And you're saying intuition. So, all right, you said history, right? Because, you know, it's at the end of the day, this is, you know, you're remembering, right? So you're going off of, you know, your gut. You're going off of pure knowledge. Got to be IQ. Yeah, I can see them swinging both ways. Because of the angle that we're taking with remembering things, I can see intuition as well. It's more of a connection to the people intuition. Okay, yeah. You're a traveled person. You know, like me, I'm really bad with directions. You could say, yeah, take Route 95, take Route 4. But I'm like, you mean by the Wawa? You know, that Wawa, like it's more of me. It's more about the connections I have with the locations that are near places that I'm looking for. So yeah, I can understand that too. So far you have agility. So are we thinking intelligence or intuition? And it's going to matter. It's going to matter because when I go back and I create the stories and stuff, it kind of changes how I write it. You know, if this is all intuition based, it's going to change how I make it seem like you recall these things when it's being fleshed out into a story. So at this point, it's more so how do you want to see your character portrayed when they're in action, from an intelligence standpoint or from an intuition standpoint, which is pretty cool, right? Intuition, okay. All right, intuition, agility, and intuition. So, what you thinking for your epithet? Epithets are based off of what you're capable of. We have the wasted, wandering, ex-royalty. Oh, that's why you say emaciated, because you're ex-royalty. For some reason, I was thinking like an ex-royal soldier or something. I don't know why I thought soldier. Oh, so you're more like a noble. You're like an ex-noble. Okay. Oh, that's tight. I like that. Climbing in history, you're agile and intuitive, and you have intuition. Highly intuitive. What is the epithet? While you're thinking of your epithet, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the same thing you just did for my character. Description. Mockingly lovely. Mockingly/lovely. Swiftly/fancy. Oh, that's dope. I like that. And quaintly/interesting. So this is a person that is attractive, nimble, stylish, and interesting. I'm going to say nimble, stylish, I'm just going to say nimble and stylish. And what's the word when you are you're strange? It starts with an E, eccentric. I almost feel like this person should be very closely related to your person. Hmm. Yeah. I'm going to go with that description. Nimble, stylish, eccentric. My first ability. I keep rolling on the wrong one. My first ability. Intimidation. Nimble, stylish, and eccentric. Stylish and eccentric. I'm stylish in a way that I probably dress very intimidating. Like I probably look like a villain. I probably dress like sorcerer, like a sorcerer, Ultimecia. Where people go, he's creepy. And then I'm eccentric on top of that. So I probably act weird and look crazy. I probably look evil or something. I look intimidating. Maybe not even intimidating from a fearful standpoint, but an off-putting standpoint. Intimidation. I like that. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep intimidation. My second skill. Athletic. With being athletic, that gives me a nice foundation to build on. So if I did eventually want to get better at a certain skill, that athleticism is going to contribute to the growth of these types of skills, If I re-roll this and it's trash, I'm going to be mad. I get 2 re-rolls though. I still have 2 left. I'm going to re-roll it. Weather sense. No. I can't. I don't. Not to start with. Weather sense. That's some shamanism type stuff. That's not going to help me at all. I mean, yeah, it could help me, but damn, I should have kept athleticism. Damn. All right, I'm gonna re-roll this. Right. I'm gonna re-roll it. Oh, that means this has to be good. Oh man, I should have kept athletics. All right, here we go. This is my last re-roll, and I gotta keep it. Here we go. Oh, artistic ability. I'm some kind of merchant, man. Like maybe I want to go to different places so I can paint things and draw inspiration from the places I've visited, and maybe sell it. Sell it for a good price. Intimidate people into buying it. I'll make the best of it. That's what this is all about, right? So I have intimidation and artistic ability. All right. Do you know what you want what your epithet is yet? I'm trying to think of mine now. Intimidation, artistic ability. I'm nimble, stylish, and eccentric. I'm going to go with Grim View. Grim, Grim, View. Grim View. I'm thinking this person's very emo and stylish. I probably dress in dark. I probably, I picture me having like a Varium Gray says, I'm thinking speaker, something prime speaker, speaker dawn. Prime speaker, speaker dawn, prime speaker. Speaker Dawn. Yeah, I see what you're saying, because you've been, you're kind of pulling from the history aspects, and you've been there from the beginning, the back when things were in its prime, from the early times of the dawn, and you're speaking on these things, or are capable of speaking on these things. As far as Grim View, I have I'm a very dark person, and maybe when I do draw inspiration from the places I go to and I paint them or find a way to artistically communicate my inspiration, it's in a dark way. It's very dark and grim. Maybe I paint about the dark things that I've encountered. Grim View. Yeah, I'll go with Grim View. I think I'm going to spell it different though. GRIMM View. VIYU. Grim View. Are you definitely going with prime speaker, prime dawn? Was I hitting on the head with the dawn? I'll go with speaker dawn. Okay. Where are you drawing dawn from? Is it what I said, like referring to the past? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Referring to the past, the beginning of things. Okay. All right. So we're in front of the, as far as our possessions, I want to do this differently. I decided that instead of rolling for your possessions, based off of what our skill sets are, we will assume that we have the base needs of that skill set. So for example, as a painter, the delay is a little, as a painter, I automatically, it's going to be assumed that I have a paintbrush. I have a knapsack with painting supplies. If I was a painter, I haven't decided on that yet. I don't know if painting is a thing. You know what I mean? Maybe there's better, more interesting ways of being creative in this setting. I'll figure that out as we go. But it will, if I was a painter, I would automatically have a paintbrush. We are adventurers as well. No one would ever go out into the wilderness without a way to defend themselves unless they have bodyguards. Now, if I'm a person who's not a fighter and I am someone who is an artist, would I be out, in the wilderness without protection, whether it be bodyguards, a hired hand? Who's to say? I might ask the question, but why would a painter be in the ruins? Maybe because I want some inspiration. It's likely that I probably would have hired someone. So, I am going to ask if I have any help, but also you are someone who is, from a royal background. It's also not too far-fetched that you would have some, hired help as well. So is there a possibility that you and I, because of us combined in a group together, have some hired hands? There's definitely a possibility. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and ask. I'm not speaking for you, but I think there is a chance that I will have hired someone to come. The reason I'm not going to just say yes is because there's also a possibility I didn't, and I just am taking a chance to come out and, just trying to explore and draw inspiration and not really be looking for, fighting a horde of goblins or something, So by chance, are we traveling with a hired group? I'm going to say likely. Yes, and so to me, that means if it was just you not only have one, but you have two, maybe even three. I'm going to say because both of us together, at minimum, we're going to have. I'm going to roll a d6. I'm going to roll a d6. Five. So between the both of us, there are 5 other hired. And we'll just, hired hands, general, generic hired hands, mercenaries, bodyguards. But yeah, as far as equipment, we're going to roll. We're going to proceed, assuming that we have what we have. Okay. So if you remember in the last stream, there was this really tall entrance to this, I believe it was a ruin. And it had a really large mechanical door and a lever at the front that I pulled. And on the other side of the lever was this dude that was talking to himself. He seemed kind of crazy. He was talking to himself. And he was very hostile, very hostile. He was very, he was dumb, but he knew his way around a blade. And I recall he had some features about him that looked like he was very pale. We're going to call this, this man the Gray Man, because he didn't look too alive. He had some undead features about him, but he was very brain dead. And he was talking to himself, so he was a little crazy. We're going to call him the Gray Man. Is that door, as I stand in front of it, is that door still open? I'm going to say 50-50. No. Are there any, is that person that I had, that character, that previous character, is there a body visible anywhere out there? I'm going to say, somewhat unlikely. Yes. And oh, by the way, we're in a group together, so feel free to interject with any questions or actions that you have as well. Treat it no different than if you were at the table with me and you have a question that you want to ask, and I'll pull the trigger on the question for you. But they're saying that the body of my previous character is out here visible. Yes, and And I understand that there is a little delay as well, so we'll try to make do. I'll try not to move too fast, especially if it's something that I think you would want to have some input on. Yes, and what could that mean? I'm thinking like maybe he's like, I mean, that would be crazy if he was on display. Like, yes, and as in, I'm going to enter, because this is a dumb person. You know, that the NPC, that enemy was dumb. So I'm going to say yes, and in terms of it's the body's just out here. Like, he didn't even attempt to hide it. He didn't care about it being discovered because he's dumb and he maybe a little savage. Does the speaker Dawn recognize the body? I'm assuming that's going to be it. Are you using history for that? Because why else would you ask that, right? That's got to be like a history skill, right? And your history skill is high. I'm going to say the difficulty of recalling if you know this person, because remember, we're near Sand City. So if this person is here, they likely have been in the Sand City. So based off of the odds of you running into this person, if they were anyone, not sure if they were, I mean, my guy was a nobody. I'm going to say that the difficulty is probably going to be exceptional. High versus exceptional. And yeah, I could do an odds check, but I think it will be cool. I think this is a skill feat, because if you know this person, that could mean something. So high versus exceptional. Does Speaker Dawn recognize this body? No. And that could possibly be because if I recall, he got pretty messed up. I think his legs got cut off. That's probably what it was. So yeah, this body is out here. It's just out here. The door's closed, so he went back in there. I'm actually gonna. Do I see anyone? Do I see anyone out here? 50-50. Actually, I'm going to say unlikely. Do I see anyone out here? No. So I'm going to walk up to the door and I'm just going to take a look at some things. Real quick, we're standing here together. Do we know each other, or does our amnesia prevent that? Good question. As strangers, I'm going to say that we know each other. I'm going to say that we have a history with each other, because the whole Black Tower aspect of the live DMing that I want to do is that we do work together. Even though we in game, we haven't all officially gotten together and sat at a round table and high-fived each other and said, we're going to sustain this building. We work together in a sense that has already been established. It's already been established. Good question. And because, yeah, it definitely makes things easier. And also because we don't have a history, so I want to play off of that. We're literally building it up together. So tomorrow in real life, I'm gonna be like, yo, remember that time that you and I, we went to that ruin, that's history that's happening. So, but we are aware of each other. It's not like we have to, get to know each other, even though technically we do, because I don't know what you're capable of and neither do you. So when you do things, it's going to be like, I've always known you could do that. I'm looking at this door and I think I'm drawing inspiration from this door. Is this door, what is this? How much is there potential? Is there artistic potential with this door? Is this something I could potentially draw inspiration from? I'm going to say 50-50. Yes, but what's growing around it, the sand, the rocks around it, kind of bogs down, kind of takes away from the beauty of the door. So if I were to sit down and draw inspiration and maybe, draw this door or paint this door, I'll probably leave out the rocks around it. So I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the door and I'm considering, I'm taking note of it. I'm hoping that there's some architecture inside of this ruin that's similar to the door. So my goal now is to look for some similar architecture inside of this ruin to draw inspiration from, because I would like to make something to pay tribute to what I've discovered today. In addition to potentially finding, something neat inside. But that's my main goal. I'm going to go ahead and take note of that as well. Do I notice anything? Do I hear anything on the other side of the door? So since all of the cultists took off with Tress, we've got the run of the place. Since all the cultists took off with Tress, we've got the run of the place. Oh! So, are you referring to Plapindo Dwelling? This location that we're at now isn't where Tress was taken to. This is just some random ruin that I've manifested because I wanted to dungeon delve. This is the place that I ran into in the last stream with that person, that samurai that I had. And it's also not the tower, the mysterious black tower. Yeah, it's not even on the map yet. Do I hear anything on the other side of the door? Because we do know that the door kind of has a humming sound. Like there was some sound coming from the inside, if I recall, like a low humming. So maybe some kind of mystical force resonating throughout the ruin. Do I hear anything? 50-50. No. and it's very quiet. Wait, do I still is the humming still there? Likely. Yes. But there's no person on the other side this time talking to themselves. Don't forget we have 5 hired hands with us. I'm going to have one of the guards pull the lever. Do you object? You ready for that? Or should I wait? I want to see what's on the other side. Do I recognize the design of the door or in the stonework of the ruin? Is it stone? Is the ruin is the stonework of the ruin? What is this? What is this ruin made of? Is it stone? To your question, is it stone? Before I ask the question of if you recognize it, I am curious. What is it even made of? I'm going to say that, you know, the ruin itself around the door is rock. Is that very likely? Let me clear this out. The area, what's around the ruin, around the door, is it rock? I'm going to say very likely. Yes. What is the door? Is the door made of anything in particular? Is the door also rock? I'm going to say unlikely. No. Does the speaker Dawn does Speaker Dawn recognize the stonework? I'm going to say it's going to be high versus below average. I think the difficulty for you for somebody who has history, it's probably going to be low, honestly. I mean, this ain't no lost civilization type stuff. It could be, but it's very unlikely that that's the case. So I'm going to say the difficulty is low. So it's going to be high. Does Speaker Dawn recognize the stonework? That's a good question. That might bring us that could unravel what kind of tower this is, you know, what we're getting involved with, what we could potentially find. Yes. You recognize the stonework. You recognize the stonework. Let me see something here. I'm going to roll on a civilization generator. And your knowledge, your history check is we're going to say this is what you know about the civilization of those who are responsible for this stonework. Hmm. I think I'd rather just grab a name. I think I'm just gonna grab a name of some sort of civilization, and then we build it from there. I'm trying to think, what kind of stonework? I never put thought into that. All right, I think I know what I want to do. Was this civilization guarded? Could indicate traps, or maybe I can ID the humming sound. ID the humming sound if it's a kind of magic or something. Okay. I'm gonna make note of because I'm trying not to dive into a rabbit hole of though I want to, but that's deep. I'm gonna make note, but I don't want to dive into the whole of building a whole civilization, but I want to. But you're right. Maybe we should just come up with the small things first. But I imagine that your character, you immediately identify, just by the stonework, you immediately identify this civilization, and now you're just trying to recall if it was. We'll call it, for now. We'll call it. We'll just call it. We'll call it ancient civilization. An ancient civilization. It's unnamed. But when you see it, you immediately recognize the stonework, and you call that out, and you try to recall what their culture was like. And the question is, if it's guarded, was this a guarded civilization? I'm going to leave it up to fate and hit it with the 50-50. Yes, and it was highly guarded. And so there are probably likely traps in there. Because it's highly guarded, I would say that the chances of them being known for having it would also depend on, I guess, what kind of tower this is. And you would, based off of you now knowing what this civilization is, you would probably know what kind of tower this is. Would you know it based off of just the front, what the front of this door looks like? I don't know. What do you think? We could, that could be a skill. Like maybe, you're so skilled at, you're so you know so much about it. Your history roll might be so high that you know so much about it that you can look at the front door and know, oh, this is an armory. Oh, this is this was a giant kitchen. So I guess the question now is like, would you be able to tell at the front of what kind of place this would be? Just by looking at the front door? I mean, you do know that it is a highly guarded civilization. They are known to. I think we'd probably have to explore more. Get like one detail about the civ per check. Yeah, maybe more if I do really. Yeah. Okay. Is your character like a history buff? Because that might be something that would be motivation to also want to go deeper as well. Do you know? I'm going to ask you, do you know, just off, maybe by happenstance, do you know if this culture is, do they have a knack like for the arts? Are they an artistic culture? Are they an artistic culture? What would you say the odds of that are? I'm feeling the pool of history here. Yeah, that samurai laying over there with no legs felt the pool of something. I don't know if it was history. He's history now. Do the guards, are they able to get an idea of what happened to this person? They might know, right? I'm going to say unlikely. I'm going to say very unlikely that they would be able to figure out the situation here. Do they know? No. Man, I should be using black magic for those odd rolls. But yeah, my question to you, Speaker Dawn. What are the odds that definitely warlike? So since they're so guarded, but maybe they guard some great secret art. Okay. So let's say the odds. Let's leave it up to the game. Let's leave it up to the game and say 50-50. Are they known to have, a love for the arts? They're not known for having a love for the arts. They're not known for that. Doesn't necessarily mean there's nothing in here that is artistic or, maybe a secret stash, like you said. But at least to your knowledge, on a successful roll of their history, you don't recall there being anything about them being, fancying art. All right. So I'm going to get one of the guards to open up. I'm going to get one of the guards to open up the door. When the door opens, is there anything on the other side? So they protect themselves or some treasure. Yeah. Yeah, that means there's definitely probably treasure here, which is probably why there's this person laying out here with no legs. Someone did that. I know that for sure. So there's also a possibility that someone's already here, which is not good, but that's what we got. That's what we got these guys here for, right? So, is there anything on the other side of this door? Yeah, they from the traps. Is there anything on the side of this? Is there anything on the other side of this door worth mentioning? I'm going to say somewhat likely. Exceptional, yes. I'm going to roll I'm going to add a new plot point. The theme of this plot point is going to be action. And the plot point is at your mercy. And it involves, well, yeah, new plot line. It involves a player character. Which one of us? I'm going to roll a D3. 1 is going to be you. 2 is going to be me. 3 is going to be our hired guards. And three, the hired guards. So at your mercy, when we open this door, I rolled a new plot point. This is continuing our mission, right? Or continuing our objective. There's a new plot point. There's something that is at our mercy on the other side of this door. Specifically our guards. So that tells me that whatever's at our mercy, it's at their mercy because there's something that they are capable of. Whatever it is it's at the mercy of the guards. It's something only the guards are able to provide, and whatever it is at their mercy. Now, who knows what that could be? It doesn't necessarily have to be a person, a thing, and that's what we're going to find out now. So, or maybe the guards are at our mercy. Yeah, that makes more sense. So when that door opens, our guards are at our mercy. Does something happen to the guards when the door opens? Does something bad happen to the guards when the door opens? Somewhat 50-50. No. Is there something on the other side of this door that we see that is at our mercy? I'm going to say near sure thing. Yes. Is it a person? Likely. Exceptional, yes. So I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking, but I'm thinking that whatever it is, it's stuck in a trap. Is it the person? Is it that giant? Is it that gray man that killed the samurai from earlier? I'm going to say very likely. Yeah. Are they stuck in a trap? Near short. I'm gonna say very likely. Yes. Ambiguous event. Abandon / the intellectual. Our guards are the physical fighters. Yeah. Yeah. Ambiguous event is something that's neither good or bad. Abandon / the intellectual. So what they're saying is, if you remember, this gray man is dumb, and abandon / the intellectual tells me that this gray man is only here by himself, stuck in this trap because the rest of his group abandoned him, because he's not the intellectual. So I kind of interpret this as they abandoned the intellectual, because it's like kind of like sarcasm, like they abandoned this smart dumb person. Or the intellectual, the smarter ones moved on and they left him because his dumbness, he couldn't figure out how to continue, and they left him, which tells me that whatever this group is, they're not a team. They're probably all in it for themselves, no honor amongst thieves, I guess. But they left him. It could be because he's dumb, but maybe they don't care about each other, or maybe they just didn't care about him. We don't know that, but we know that he was abandoned and he was left stranded in this trap. And this had likely happened after he killed the other guy. Is this trap? He's at our mercy, which tells me that he can be freed, but is he wounded? Is he wounded? I'm gonna say very likely. Exceptional, yes. He's wounded. Random event. Move away from a thread. Overindulge / military. So I'm interpreting that as, this current thread was, the new plot line was encountering this person that was at our mercy, and we're moving away from that thread, which means to me that unless you want to do anything and with this person, we're ready to press on. We're ready to keep it moving. At least that's what our armed guards are suggesting. They're saying, let's not even, look at this dummy. Let's not even worry about this person. Let's keep it moving. We can't help him. He's too wounded. He's exceptionally wounded. He's too wounded to even care about. He's not a threat. And we much rather indulge. We rather not overindulge in worrying about this person's safety. I personally am curious as to what kind of trap this is, so I can know what to look out for. Yeah, he could be on the cusp of death. Are you able to see? What do his wounds look like? Nothing we can do for him, but I agree. Let's examine the death traps. Yeah, I'm gonna look at the wound first, and I'll look at the trap. What do his wounds look like? I think I have let me see. I'm gonna test out something here. I think I have a damage roll here, a damage generator built in. Let me see. No. Not going to use that. What do his wounds look like? Efficiently / familiar. So I'm going to interpret that as whatever trap it was clean. And by familiar, I'm going to say cliche in a meta sense. So it's a clean wound, a typical trap wound that is designed to be efficient. So I'm going to say maybe it was some sort of, remember, he's out of reach. It's nothing we can do for him, nothing that we should, get involved with. So maybe it's a pit. But I don't like the cliche. So what if it was something that was was he has something been cut off of him? Hold on. Something been cut off of him? 50-50. Yes, but nothing that would kill him instantly. Maybe he was designed, maybe he was meant to bleed out. So he's been left with an egregious wound designed to be efficient and disable a person. And I'm going to take it a little bit further. I think that it was designed for him to bleed out. And there's some sort of, maybe there are grooves in the floor or wherever the trap is that is capturing the blood. Now, why? I don't know. But you might. Speaker Dawn might know why these traps are capturing this person's blood. Is it his legs? Oh, wait, is it his arm? Oh, both arms. Maybe it was like the trap involved having to do something with both of his hands and it grabbed both of his arms. So is it both of his arms? Maybe his forearms? I'm gonna say likely. Yes. So he's laying there with both of his forearms or arms decapitated. That tells us this civilization was cruel. Yeah. Do I know what the purpose of the blood is? Sacrifice? All right, let's see. High versus... I don't think people would have lived to tell, would have survived to tell about the traps. So I'm going to say the odds of you knowing... I'm going to say the difficulty is below average because of that. I think that I'm assuming that the cruelty of this culture would have been a staple, probably one of the biggest factoids about this culture, which would mean that there would have been more known about it. You know what I mean? Like when you think of, I'm not going to go there, but there's some figures in history and civilizations such as the Mayans. What do we know about the Mayans? They cut people's heads off and threw them down, pyramids and stuff, right? So I think you would have a bonus. I think that would justify having a bonus 1 rank shift to your skill roll here, because this is something that's so egregious, so savage that it would bring attention to it. So the question was, do you know what they would use the blood for? Do you know what they would use the blood for? Exceptional, yes. You definitely know. And now we're going to ask your second question. Is it for sacrifice? Is it a blood sacrifice? Let's say likely. Let's say likely. No, it's for something else. And you know what it is. You know what it is. So hold up. Let's slow down. Let's slow down because we got to celebrate that exceptional yes. We got to keep track of the exceptional yeses because, you know, exceptional yeses qualifies us to ask the question at the end, you know, for potential growth here. So is it to feed something? So if it ain't sacrifice, yo, that's a good question. If it ain't sacrifice, is it to feed something? Let's ask. Good question. I'm almost afraid to ask that though. That means it could be, oh my God. What are we getting involved with? All right, hold on. Let me slow down. I'm getting excited. Sorry. Hold on. Does it feed something? I'm going to say, because it ain't sacrificed, then that's probably going to be a very likely. Does it feed something? Yes. So your character knows what the traps, you know that the traps are, this is a cruel civilization. You know the trap is designed to capture blood and feed something. I mean, that all falls into the question of, you know, that first question you asked, do I know what it is? And yeah, so this is all information that your character is telling us now. We have to figure out what this thing is feeding. Now, I have questions that I want to ask the Meta Black, but I want to slow down in case you have things that you're asking. So take your time. Remember, we currently know this because of your character. This is something your character is telling us. We all walked in here. There's this dude that's at our mercy. He's still alive, but he's bleeding out. Probably not going to be alive long. Bleeding out. Both of his arms are missing because he touched a trap. And I have questions as to what is feeding, but first, I want you to ask if there's anything you want to ask before I ask. And pretty much what I'm going to ask is just to kind of narrow it down to see, you know, is it whatever it's feeding? Is it an object that's taking it in? Is it a creature? Is it empowering some sort of ritual? While you're thinking, if you're thinking, I'm gonna ask a question here about the guards. How are the guards reacting to this? Are they all right? You know, you're sitting here telling us spooky stories about the civilization. How are they taking it? Are they all right? Let's see. Are they good? I'm gonna say likely. Are they good? Because we didn't even go inside. We were in the front lobby. Are they good? Yes, they're all right. They're fine. They're fine. They're sitting there talking. That's what I'm interested in too. Feeding a creature, a spell, etc. So, is it feeding a creature? I'm going to say unlikely. I'm going to say it's unlikely that, because I mean, that would mean if it's living this whole time, it would have to be an ancient creature that had lived this whole time without blood. So let's see. Is it feeding something? Unlikely. No, it's not feeding anything. It's not feeding a living creature or a creature. Is it for some sort of spell? I'm going to say likely. Is it a spell? No. Is it feeding some sort of object? Very likely. Yes, exceptional, yes. Now that could mean many objects or a very important object. Is this some sort of... Do you know about any objects that they would... Look, my character's looking at you like... Is it an object? So it's an exceptional guess on the object. Is it a boon rock? Is it a boon rock? I'm going to say very likely. Yes. You know, Robert Curry says, not to interrupt, but this has been so much fun to watch. Yes, I'm glad that you like it. So happy to have found your channel. Thanks for sharing your gameplay. Maybe it's feeding the structure itself. Yo, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. And listen, you can jump in. Like, just we'll roll your character real quick and you can join in. Just let me know if you want to jump in. Boon rocks. You know, boon rocks is something that, and this goes for anything that we're building. I want for a while going forward in these streams, I want to build on what we currently have. Yes, we can add on things here and there and that will happen naturally. But for example, we have 3 locations: Plapindo Dwelling, which is a recent addition, Sand City Murfrafrul, and the Black Tower. And then now this ruin. This is more so I can, I want to sharpen my, GMing skills here. But boon rocks is something that I want to build on, and everything that we currently have, I want to build on with lore around it. So the fact that you said boon rocks is good because it kind of brings us back to that. Boon rocks are something that I feel like is a mainstay in every civilization or history. And maybe people don't like boon rocks, or, like the Gerada. And then maybe people do. So it's not a surprise that this civilization will have also had their hand in, dealing with boon rocks. And maybe this whole entire ruin, not maybe, it seems like this whole entire ruin is built to feed this boon rock. Man. Do you know? Oh, I wish Hemseer Boone was here. What I want to do with Hemseer Boone, that's my solo campaign. I want to get to a point in my story where I can just kind of go on these random excursions and not have to pick up, where I left off. But currently he's tied up. But I don't know if you noticed, but on the website, on the Black Tower, because we have Hemseer Boone, that provides a perk of identifying boon rocks, but you would have had to have found the boon rock, and assuming you would have, it would give us a rank shift bonus to identifying what boon rocks can do. But this is out of his reach because this is technically history. We haven't found the boon rock yet. We don't have it. So, we don't even know about it. This is all history. So the question is, do you know any boon rocks that this civilization would have been trying to feed? I mean, maybe that can be the mystery of this entire dungeon. But also, if you know, then that would be motivation to get to the bottom of it. If it is even at the bottom, it doesn't have to be at the bottom of the ruin. While you're thinking, if you're thinking, I'm going to look around. Is that so? I suspect right now, but I don't know for sure. Okay. I'm going to look around with my average intuition, which, is used for perception. With my average intuition. Oh, wait. I don't think I did my attributes. So I have intimidation. Yeah, I got to do my attributes real quick. Sorry. So I had Grim View. I like VU. Grim VU, intimidation and artistic ability. Intimidation. Okay, so my governing attribute for intimidation is going to be, because I feel like my intimidation is more so derived from my appearance and my personality. So I'm going to say, my personality is derived from the fear or the uneasiness that people get. So to me, that sounds like will. It sounds like will. So I'm gonna say that my intimidation comes from my willpower. And my artistic ability comes from my perspective of life. So intuition. Okay. So do I, with my above average intuition, do I see any entrances aside from this entrance? First off, that trap. Was that trap to an entrance? Was that trap used to progress into this tower, into this ruin? I'm going to say very likely. Yes. Are there does it appear to be any other entrances using my intuition / perception? Does there appear to be other entrances or exits, entryways? Above average. I'm going to say the difficulty for this is probably going to be, I've never been in a ruin like this. I'm not familiar with this civilization like you are, like Speaker Dawn is. So I'm going to say the difficulty is probably going to be, I'm going to say high. Do I see any other exits just by looking around? I do. More than one? Unlikely. Definitely just an additional an additional entryway. Does it have the same setup as the one where he just got his arms taken? 50-50. Yeah. And it's something that involves both hands, right? Because that's how he got both of his arms taken. And it looks exactly the same. Speaker Dawn, you went with intuition as well. So your intelligence is also average, right? But you would probably get a bonus because you know more about the civilization and their, you know, probably their architecture, right? I know a way to get. I know what we can do, but you know, I'm going to slow down in case you have any ideas before I say anything here. Sounds good. I'm not putting my hands on those things. But I am going to use my I'm not going to use my intimidation. I'm going to ask one of our hired hands to take a look. I'm going to say, come over. Let's come over here and take a look. I'm going to get closer to take a look to see if maybe is it some sort of like puzzle? Do I need strength? Do I need intelligence? Like what are we working with here? What kind of trap is this? I wonder if there's a trap generator. I want to make my own trap. A lot of trap generators that I've seen have been very, you know, Raiders of the Lost Ark. I think I could come up with a cooler trap on the fly. So we're going to go take a closer look at the trap. Speaker Dawn, if you want to come with, we might be able to get a bonus to our brainstorming here if we all take a look. So Speaker Dawn, are you going to come with us to kind of observe these two levers that involve both hands? It's a good question. Is it magical, mechanical, or hidden? Is it linked to the humming? Let's find out. Is it mechanical? 50-50. Actually, I'm going to say likely. Is it mechanical? It's not mechanical. Whoa. It's not mechanical. Is it magical? Very likely. Yes. Random event. NPC negative. Carelessness. A burden. Oh, snap. Oh, man. And we're player characters, so it ain't happening to us. It's happening to it's happening to one of our guards. Because of his carelessness. Oh, man. What did he do? All right, let's break it down. So first off, the question was, is it magical? And yes, it's magical. We got a lot to break down here. Okay. So I called everyone over, like, yo, let's take a look at this. And, you know, you came over, they came over. Carelessness, a burden. Oh man. So I'm interpreting this as whatever happens, whatever negative happens to this person, and we haven't figured that out yet. They become a burden to the entire situation. Very similar to, I guess, you know, the dude laying over there with no arms. But what would he have done? Right? It can't be the same thing that happened to him, because we saw what happened to the other guy. So it has to be some major carelessness. I'm thinking that maybe it involved leaning on something or stepping on something. And this is a magical device, whatever it is. First, let's figure out what this person, what our guardsman could have done. But here's the thing. It says NPC negative. So I just realized that our guards are not the only NPCs. The previous dude over there is still alive. He's not dead yet. So this could be referring to him. He was a burden to his group. So that's probably why it says a burden. There's a possibility that he did something that affected him, or maybe it affected us. So let's roll to see let's figure out who it is affecting. Which NPC? Is the NPC referring to our guys? Or the armless man over here? I'm going to say, we're going to do 50-50. Let's do 50-50. The question is it our guys? Yes. Random event, NPC action. Negligence / status quo. We're going to use this to interpret what exactly our guy did. So we know it involved carelessness, but now we have negligence, status quo. So I think that our guy, one of our guys, among them, you know, the hired help, among them, you know, they probably have a, what do you call it? Not a hierarchy, but they probably have rank on each other, you know? Varium Gray says that sounds like he tried to brute force the door. So let's combine that. They have rank on each other, and he pulled his rank, his status rank. He pulled his rank card over probably one of the newer guys to the group. You know what I mean? And told him to proceed. Okay. And there was some carelessness with that, because this guy's kind of clumsy, kind of negligent, and, or, you know, he's just clumsy. And then there's some negligence from the leader of them, by using you know, pulling rank to send one of his less experienced dudes, to do something like that in an area that they have no experience in. So he told one of his own, he told, you know, he pulled rank, because I told him to do it. He told someone else to do it. Right. And tried to open it with brute force. And something bad happens. How's that sound? Newbie got knocked the fuck out. Right. Hopefully it's not too bad, though. Hopefully it's not too bad. We know that something bad happens, but hopefully it's not too bad. But let's figure out what happened. Let me see something here. All right. I'm going to ask a complex question using RPG Solo. Let's see what the meta black says. Now, remember, a complex question is what you use for when you're asking, you're trying to get started on your line of questioning, and you may ask a question and you use these words to interpret what the answer could be or what you would ask next. We know that something bad has happened and it involves this magic trap. What happened to this guy when he tried to open it with brute force? Did he try to open it with brute force with like using the two things that the dude lost his arms on? I'm gonna say unlikely. Yeah. So he tried to instead of doing what he was supposed to do, he's about to show us what you shouldn't do. And use brute force. This is probably going to show us that this is more so going to be something that requires some sort of intelligence and problem solving. Good thing we have these guards, right? All right. What did he do that was negligent, careless, and involved brute force? Imitate / a burden. So he tried to do, remember the dude on the floor, he probably tried to use brute force. He was a big dude, if I recall. Remember he had a two-handed sword. He wasn't small. He probably tried to do what he did. He probably thought maybe he just wasn't strong enough. He couldn't hack it. Maybe he wasn't strong enough. I'm strong though. Step aside and let me show you. I'm on the line. This is my first day on the job and I'm being told to do this. I'm going to try to, pull through. I'm going to do what he did, but show that I'm stronger. So I'm going to imitate him, but I'm going to be successful. So he goes and he fiercely extravagant. He uses all of his strength, but he tries to make it look cool. And he fails. Does he get maimed? Because I hope he doesn't, because that's just one less person that we have. We have 5 people with us. Does he get maimed? Speaker Dawn pinches the bridge of his nose and exasperates. Are you saying like before he? Oh, your own nose. And the only reason I'm asking, because I want to make sure, because when I retell the story, this is what your character would do. I'm assuming you're doing that to your own nose, though. What was I rolling? Oh yeah, does he get maimed? Okay, to yourself. Okay. Does he get maimed? Very likely. No. Well, look at that roll, though. It's something negative. He doesn't get maimed, but he probably gets hurt. Does he get hurt? I'm gonna say near sure thing. Yeah. Why does he get hurt though? As much as I could probably sit here and come up with that. I'm curious. I want to see which. I'm going to ask the meta black so it could put me in a direction. I'm curious because there's a lot of ways. But this could really matter later on. So he doesn't get maimed, but he does something negative happens by way of pain. How does he get hurt exactly? abuse / the mundane. So I'm going to say that, he tries his brute strength, but this object that he's trying to manipulate, it's not happening, and he hurts himself in the process. Do we pull him out of the way in time to keep him from certain death then? I think we would be. I think if that happened, we should be afforded the opportunity to roll reflex and try to jump in before that happens. But because and you probably typed that while I was saying it because of the delay, I think he's just going to hurt himself here by trying brute force on something that's not going to move. Trying to abuse. He's abusing his strength to solve this problem, and it ends up hurting him. I'm going to go with that. But we know now that brute strength is not going to get us through this entry. And I wish I could be of better help. But I guess I'm going to just have to look at the trap a little bit closer. Using my above average intuition with a bonus from the guards looking, with a bonus from the group, as a group, because we're all looking. And I think we should also get a bonus just off of your sheer knowledge. Varium Gray says, maybe you can see something in the artistry of the design that would give us a clue. Yeah, it's magic, right? It's crafty. Now, mind you, they're not art. This is not this civilization. We rolled that they're not too artsy, right? But form follows function. I might be able to look at this. This is a design. To your point, this is a design aspect. So you're right. Let me flex my skill here. My artistic ability. Am I able to look at the design of these levers in this magical device to get an idea of what exactly the function is? I'm going to give me a high. It's my high ability, my high skill. I'm going to say the difficulty of spotting something like that is going to be above average. Do one of our guys have a torch? I'm going to say nearshore thing. Yeah, they got a nice fat torch that's glowing. I can see all angles of this thing, so I'm looking. Bright light. High versus above average. Am I able to notice anything that can give me an inkling of what is required? Yes. And what I notice angrily drab. I'm looking at it and I'm critiquing it. I'm critiquing it. I'm like, this, it looks boring. It doesn't look creative, which makes sense because this is not a creative civilization, which is what we figured out. It's very cruel in its design. So yeah, I'm able to identify the design of it. But does that help? So I feel like that's separate. I feel like that would be a separate, like, yeah, I can identify the design. But what I find out, how helpful is it? Is the design, does the design lend credence to its functionality? Is it helpful? I'm going to say unlikely. No. So I pretty much, I identified that its design, it doesn't lend to its function because of just how, and if it does, it's so drab that it's really hard to get it's really hard to nail down what exactly that function would be, if not taking your arms. Tricky. Like a guillotine, if I were to critique the design of a guillotine, if I were to look at a guillotine, I can tell that it's designed to cut something. Cut a head off. But there's nothing really in the wood that would tell me how to activate. There's nothing in the design of the guillotine that would tell me how to actually behead someone. So I think it's time to roll our collective intelligence. Not intuition, intelligence. We're going to get a, is there humming at this door as well? Is there humming at this door as well? I'm going to say likely. Yeah, likely. Yes, there's also a humming coming from the door. I'm going to use my average intelligence. With you and your memory of your history, I imagine with you looking at it, we would get a bonus of 1 because of your intuition and your knowledge of the history of the civilization. And then I'm going to give us another 1 just because of the 5 other people that are looking at it with us. Can we trace the humming to any other areas? A source, maybe. That's a good question. I'm looking at your skills here to see if maybe we can on board with collective IQ check. That's going to be that collective IQ check. That's going to be our like last resort. The more we can figure out with the questions that you're asking, I think the better off that check would be, because we might be able to be qualified for some more rank shift bonuses just based off of all this deduction. That magic humming, I'm trying to think, because that's going to be more of our perception, right? Our intuition and or intelligence. I'm trying to think if I could qualify for, just kind of going with the whole architecture and design, my artistic ability and architecture, if maybe I can spot or suspect that there's something, there's a way, there's some method to this madness, design wise. Meanwhile, if there's anything you think you could qualify for to give us a bonus to that, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask if I am able to see it. We can do it together with one roll, or we can each do it separately. I imagine we're all looking. So let's see if maybe, if there's some sort of, if we can trace, like you said, the humming. First, I'm going to ask the question, is the humming, I'm going to ask, is the humming solely coming from behind this door, or is it more just a sound that we can generally hear? Is it just coming from behind this door? I'm going to say 50-50. I'm going to say 50-50. Yes. So it's just coming from behind the door. It's not even leading to anywhere else. It's just coming from behind the door. There's a good synergy there in your art as architecture. Right. And what might trigger in my remembering of the civilization's history. Yes, I absolutely agree. That's why when you said, as far as design goes, do you know anything? I'm just like, yo, that's a good question. All right, let's do the collective IQ to see if we can solve it. With our intelligence and intuition combined, above average +2, and that's all of us. I think I should give us a +1 because of the design. Right? We're getting a +1 because of your history. We're getting a +1 from the group. The hired hand. And this is all based off of my above average intuition. We should get a +1 because of the artistic ability, adding in that design, like you said. So it's going to be +3. Are we able to solve and figure out, and we'll flesh that out, but first we need to see, are we even able to, these two levers, this lever, this potential trap if things go bad. I'm going to say the difficulty is, I'm going to say above average, because there's people here. There's probably people here. Wait. Maybe we should see if there's any traces of the previous party that could, lead to us maybe figuring out how they were able to get through. Right? I only looked around for exits. I didn't look around to see if there was any clues of a previous party. I'm going to ask. With my above average intuition in this well-lit room, so I'm going to give myself a +1 because we got torches. We got fat torches. Am I able, do I see any, I'm wondering, should I ask if there were, because I don't want to automatically assume that there are people. We don't know if there were people. I'm going to roll to see if there are potential clues of a previous party that exists. And then I'm going to see if I'm able to what extent am I able to, find. Are there any clues of of a previous party in here? I'm going to say likely because, I mean, unless that dude came alone. Should we ask him? I'm going to ask him before he dies. Is he still alive? Is he still alive? I'm going to say unlikely. I went to go look because I was going to ask him, yo, did you come here with somebody? I was going to intimidate him. Yo, I'm going to cut your legs off if you don't tell me if you were, I peeked over. He bled out. He's dead. He's dead. Are there any clues of a previous group in here? I'm going to say, I thought about asking him. I'm going to say 50-50. I like the idea that there was a group that left him behind because of the words we got. But we don't know. We don't know. And because of just the type of traps these are, maybe no one got through. So I'm going to say, is there any traces of a previous party? Unlikely. No traces. No traces. No traces. All right. Above average plus R3. So our collective problem solving capacity versus above average. Are we able to figure out as a collective how to get through? Yes. Yes. I don't know if anyone ever played Persona 5, but like the all out attack. I'm picturing like our all out, like I'm breaking down like the design and you're breaking down like the history, like that synergy you were talking about. And then our other guys are just, co-signing and we figure it out. What did we need to do to get through to here? Stop/masses. Stop/masses. So it involved using both levers. It involved using both levers, but applying pressure to one lever at a time, stopping the mass of energy from pumping into wherever it's going. There was a sequence that we figured out. Okay. It involved stopping the flow of energy. Maybe the door takes two people to open it. Stopping the flow of energy using the strength of multiple people. You and me. Well, I probably got one of them to do it. Maybe you did too. I don't know. I know I didn't touch that shit. But yeah, it took two people. I like that. It took two people, and it involved, some sort of sequence and coordination. So it wasn't strength. It was more so coordination. It takes two to make a thing go right. And that one guy tried to do it with just himself, and he lost both of his arms. So we were able to get through. And what exactly happens to this door after we solve that sequence? Quaintly nondescript. It moves out of the way. And we are presented a very, very basic natural looking entryway. Is it natural or is it like more mechanical? Is it mechanical? 50-50. No, it's natural. It's just natural, like rocks and stuff. Likely. Yeah. A very basic entryway. A rocky corridor. A rocky corridor. How wide is the corridor? Are we able to, on a scale of people, how wide is it? I'm gonna roll a d6. It's a narrow corridor. So this is one way. Maybe there's another way. Maybe that other entryway was, should we maybe go look to see what's behind that door as well? Maybe it might be better to leave both doors open in case one leads to the other. Like in case, when we exit, we need to go out that way. I don't know. I mean, I'm almost hesitant to even try to open up another trap if we don't have to, but it might be important to leave that entryway open. Decisions. All right. So I'm gonna tell our guards, our bodyguards, to do what we did, but on the other door. Are they okay with that? Do they listen? I'm gonna say likely. Yeah. I'm gonna roll that same roll for the other side. Are they successful? Yes. Random event. NPC positive. Separate / war. NPC positive. So something happens with them. Separate / war. Separate / war. So I interpret that as they successfully get it open and it inspires them. They're like, man, usually all we know is fighting and brute strength and war. Cutting, using these blades, but it was actually pretty nice. It was pretty fun and it was pretty nice to figure out how to get through something that without brute strength. They're like, man, we should probably start looking for jobs like this more often. Usually we are bounty hunters. But tomb raiding sounds like that could be in our futures. So they have a boost. They're inspired. It's a morality boost for our hired guards. A morality boost. Let me take note of that. And that could come important. That can come in handy in the future. We're evolving our guards, except the one. Yeah, he strained his back. He disagrees. He's like, look. I would have had a better time just fighting a person. All this trap stuff. This is what happens when you try to. It's a learning experience. It's a learning experience. All right. So they get the door open. Is it the same? Is the entryway the same as the other one? For the sake of fun, his name is Private Muscles. Let me write that down. Private Muscles, the one with the hurt back. Oh shit. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second. Okay. So my question is, behind this door, is it the same kind of corridor that we see on the other side? For the sake of fun, I'm going to say unlikely. Yes, it is. Is that humming sound coming from this corridor as well? Very likely. So I think we already established that. We said it was coming from both doors. All right. I don't really care which way we go to. I say we go to the one that the other dude was trying to go through, because if there were people prior to him, maybe he was told to go that way, to, following them. But he's also dumb. I think we should go the way he was trying to go. What you think? Yeah, let's go. Let's go there. Works. Maybe he got left behind because he was too slow to realize they were leaving. Eventually, just tried to get out on his own. I like that. Let's say that. Let's say that. The delay. All right. So we go through the corridor. We go through the corridor. Do we come? Do we come to a room or do we come to a fork? Do we come to a fork? I'm going to say 50-50. Yes. And there's probably multiple ways. There's probably multiple entrances, multiple pathways. Is it exceptional? Yes, because it is a room with multiple doorways or multiple ways to go. I want to say likely. Okay. So it's an open room with multiple ways to go. Likely. Yes. Is it a big room? Big, like I'm looking up. Is it a giant chamber? Likely. Yes. Do we see any hostiles at first glance? You know, is there anything that stands out? Like anything that we need to be worried about? I'm going to say somewhat likely. I'm going to say 50-50. Yes. Is the humming present at every patch or path/door? If not present somewhere, let's head that way. Is there any humming coming from any one of the particular paths? Like a specific path? I'm going to say somewhat likely. Exceptional, yes. This chamber that we're in, with all these different paths, which now I'm envisioning are some sort of entryways. Are they all on the same level of elevation? I'm going to say very unlikely. No. The one that has that humming that's prevalent, the most humming, is that at the highest elevation? 50-50. No. Is it at the lowest? Very likely. Yes. Is that below elevation from where we are now? Likely. Yes. Is it possible to get to each of these entrances from where we are? I hope so. Please say yes. I'm going to say that's unlikely, but I'm hoping we get a yes. Are we able to get to each of these entrances from where we are? Exceptional, yes. So I'm gonna let you come up with this varium. You know, you're the history expert here. Is this civilization likely to have stairs, or, you know, just maybe rocky paths? You know, how were they when it came to that? While you're thinking of that, what does this place look like? Actually, you know what? Yeah. I kind of like making it up. I'm not gonna do a generator, but yeah. What does this place look like? I'm assuming it's natural, but is it all natural? 50-50. No. It's probably some mechanical parts. Are there mechanical parts? Likely. Exceptional, no. But it's not all natural. So it's magical. Is it more like some of the previous magic stuff we saw? Very likely. Yes. This place seems like kind of a combination. Rocky, brutal. I can see stairs carved in some areas, but then natural caves and tunnels that create smoother ramps. Okay. Let me take note of that real quick, Varium. And also, I just found out that there's no mechanical aesthetics in this room, which goes perfectly with what you just said. But it's a mix of natural, but there's no mechanicals. But then I asked, is there magical parts? I also just realized that the humming takes the down path, which means that's probably the protected path, which means that's probably where the Boon Rock is. And then if you think about the fact that all paths lead straight to these entryways, you know, it makes me wonder what these other rooms are. You know, I immediately think of living quarters, which is kind of scary, you know, but the fact that there's nothing out here. Wait, it did say there was something that we had to be worried about. When I asked that, it said there was something we needed to be worried about. I could be wrong, but I believe it said there was something we needed to be worried about. I can see stairs carved in some areas, but then man. I'm like, I'm trying to think in my head, like, do I approach this as I would in like Elder Scrolls? Like in Elder Scrolls, if I know the main place is like the main place I gotta go, I go there last. You know, I want to search everything. You know, since a kid, I'm trained to think that if I go to the final place, I won't be able to turn back and get other things. But at the same time, in survival mode, when you're here for something, you want to get it and you want to get out. You don't want to like face so much danger. You know what I mean? But exploration is exploration. On that note, before I roll to see what it is we need to worry about, maybe some kind of natural underground creature that tunneled in here. Yeah. I like that. We should be fine. But at a glance, before I even look at that, at a glance, do I notice? And I hope you too are, you know, considering seeing if there's anything that, right, smash barrels, loot rooms. You know, remember you're down here because you're a history buff, so keep an eye out for anything that you feel could, you know, maybe there's something about this civilization you always wanted to know. Here's your chance to potentially fill in some gaps and some holes there. But at a glance, do I see any art? I know there's nothing mechanical, but do I see any art? Anything that I can draw inspiration from for my next big project? I'm going to say, I'm going to say 50-50. No. All right. What is it that we need to worry about down here? Is it a creature is it a creature? Or is it a person? Because remember, it could be people down here. Very Spartan people, these. I'm going to say it's likely that it's a creature. I'm going to say very likely that it's a creature. No. I'm going to ask, is it people? And I'm going to say it is unlikely. Because if it's not people, it's definitely probably going to be a creature. I'm not going to say definitely, but either way, if it's a creature, there's probably no people down here unless that creature killed those people too, which, man, that could be bad. They would have encountered, this creature. All right. Is it a creature? I'm going to say likely. No. We asked if there's anything we need to be worried about, right? It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be something living. So is it an environmental obstacle or is it some opposition? So I'm going to ask the question, is it environmental? Because we got traps and shit, right? There's still traps as a thing. Is it environmental? If it's not, then we'll see if it's a creature and, people. Is it environmental? I'm going to say 50-50. Yes. Now, who knows? Maybe they're traps. Remember, there's magic down here. I said that there's magic. Maybe that's what's magic. Maybe they found a way to, maybe these are magic traps that are enemies. Because they're not mechanic. No, I was more so asking about aesthetics. So these could be mechanical creatures. But it could be something that's stationary as well. I mean, think about it. We could walk to any of the entrances. It's probably guarded. This environmental obstacle, is it some form of defense? I'm going to say very likely. Yes. Do we have anybody watching that wants to potentially join us? Because if that's so, you'll be, we'll have some help. Maybe you can roll. Maybe your character is good at that kind of stuff. Is there a gap in the path? Is there a gap in the path? 50-50. Yes. What you getting at, Varium? I'm scared. When you say gap in the path, I'm thinking like a hole for something to pop up out with a. So yeah, there is a gap in the path. I was thinking like the Lord of the Rings where the staircases are crumbling. Okay. What we do know so far is that this is some form of defense. Maybe just some huge chasm we have to traverse. Is this some form of defense, like a chasm that was created purposefully? That maybe was already triggered? Are there any chasms that could stop us from potentially getting, because we know so far that we're able to reach those places from where we are. Are there any chasms that could potentially get bigger or trigger more? This is an old place. I'm going to say likely. There's already a gap. There's already a chasm we spot. Or there is maybe that the form of defense. I'm going to say likely. Yes. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, whatever's under us is being fed blood. It would make sense that there would be chasms to but also at the same time, I feel like it's not going to be purpose chasms that were made there on purpose. It's going to probably be natural, because wherever this is, like, there's entryways to different places. Maybe something that either blocks the path or destroys the stairs. I like the idea of there being a portcullis that slams down, giant boulder drops on us. With my above average, with a collective above average with a collective intuition of the group, because I imagine we're all looking around. Do we see any boulders or anything like that could potentially fall? And I mean, we have enough sense to look first before we go any further. So maybe this is our opportunity to not get killed by that. I'm going to say the difficulty to spot something like that is average. With our collective attention, do we spot that anything? Do we spot it? Yes. Does it appear to be some sort of trap that was meant to hurt us? I'm going to say very likely. Yes. Are we able to see any? Are we able? In case it's obvious, are we able to see what it is that would trigger? First off, what is it? Let me ask that. What kind of defense trap was set up for us? Crazily strong. Is it a big? Was it something designed to fall on us? I'm gonna say very likely. Yes. Are we able to see what triggers it if it's obvious? Exceptional, yes. What is it? Positively young. I'm going to say it's some sort of mechanism that would trigger, but it doesn't look like it's ever been triggered. It's fairly new and in good condition, which means no one has gotten this far. So let's remember that. I mean, unless they jumped over it, unless they evaded it. A semi-sophisticated trap followed by a primitive one. Yeah. Maybe that's the tactic. The okey doke. Maybe they put all their budget into that trap at the front. So we can evade it. We can evade it. Do we have to come in contact with it in order to progress, or can we like just go right around it? Because I would prefer not to roll a skill check if I don't have to. Did these people have help building this place or making magic? That's a good question. Let's see. Let's see what you know. Did they have people influence their construction of these ruins? I see what you're thinking. You're like, maybe, you know, someone helped them, or they only could have, you know, they have borrowed knowledge and they only applied what they knew and kind of took the, you know, built the rest from, you know, what they already knew. Yeah. The question is, did they have help with this? Was there some sort of influence by other cultures? I like the idea of a 50-50. No, for the story wise, because this is lore, I'm going to say for the sake of world building and making this a lot more interesting, I'm going to say somewhat likely that is the case. Yes. Maybe they were known to borrow. Maybe it wasn't like another culture, or maybe, you know, it was another, you know, civilization or another culture. But, you know, this seems like a cruel people. Maybe this is a culture that they enslaved. But it is another outside influence that helps them with their magical technology. Oh, what my other question was, are we able to avoid this trap? Okay, that explains that very trap. Helps us to keep an eye out. Hopefully their magic budget is dried up and things get easier the closer we get. Or it might be the opposite. Are we able to avoid that trap? Now, I mean, since we see it. Because there's a possibility that it's built in a way where you can't avoid it. The rocks are in a formation that you have to go through, you know? Can we avoid it? I'm going to say 50-50. I can't see them making such a silly trap like that without, you know, I'm going to say unlikely. Can we avoid it? No. But we see it. Yeah, like, are there hidden quarters that they use to bypass their own traps? Do we see any hidden corridors? So let me reevaluate our collective intelligence. So we're using our above average. I'm using my above average intuition. You're using your above average intuition for this. Or above average intuition because of your, you know, this is something you're recalling from your history. Actually, I think we should be leading with your history skill of high. With your history skill of high and we're supporting that with our perception, aka intuition. They're just some mercenaries, but it's a lot of them, so they definitely are giving us a bonus, and then plus my bonus for my support. So it's going to be high +2. I'm gonna say the difficulty of identifying any secret passageways is going to be above average. Do we spot any hidden passageways that can help us bypass this trap? Exceptional, yes. Good call. So we're all sitting ready, we're getting ready to, go over. I mean, we see the trap. We're going to, attempt to evade it. But you're like, wait, I've read and I know, and we all assist in, following through on this hunch that you have. And sure enough, we find an alternative pathway, allowing us to bypass this trap without endangering ourselves. That is a victory. That is a win in and of itself. The more we can evade having to roll and getting screwed over by the meta black, the better. Like the meta black be on some XCOM shit sometimes. You potentially just saved our lives. Your history skill is like helping us get through this. So we are able to find an alternate path that gets us around into the other side where the entrances and these different entryways are. The question is, which one do we want to go in? They're on different elevations, and then we have a hunch that where we want to go or where we would need to go is on the bottom floor, is on the bottom one. I'm curious. I think we should go directly there. Because if that is our objective and we aren't rushed out of here for any reason, we can spend, our time looking at the other places. If there was anything that was a threat, an intelligent threat, it probably would have been stationed out here to foresee anyone coming, We're more than likely dealing with creatures here, being that it's behind here and there's no food source. Let's head down. So we head down to the bottom entryway. Is this entryway a door or is it open? Is it a door? Say likely. I'm gonna say likely. Is it a door? No. So it's open. Does there appear to be anything in between, anything in this open doorway? Like maybe is it some kind of barricade? Is it free passage? I'm going to say somewhat likely. Yes. Is it leading into another corridor or a room? Another corridor? 50-50. Exceptional, yes. Is it a long corridor? Likely. Yes. Is it lit? 50-50. No. Other than the humming, Is there anything? Are there any other sounds? Unlikely. Exceptional, no. We got torches. We got torches. We got torches, and we don't light what we won't see. Is the long corridor spiraling down? Is the long corridor spiraling down? I forgot about that. I'm going to say very likely. No. Yeah, whatever is humming is loud. Because it's definitely under us, right? So that means it's across this corridor and then down. Maybe. I'm guessing. All right. Let's go through this corridor. Now we're going to go through this corridor and we're going to keep an eye out for traps and stuff, right? That's a given. Are we able to get through this corridor and looking for any potential additional entryways? Are we able to get through this corridor without any issues? Without encountering anything? I'm going to say somewhat likely. Exceptional, yes. Did we encounter were there any other entryways that we needed, was there any other forks or paths, or is it just a straightaway that we were able to see? $50-50. Yes. Was it a lot? Unlikely. Yes. Random event. Ambiguous event. Overindulge. A plot. So we're going through this long corridor and we're noticing like there's other entryways. This is some sort of, there's like other rooms. Many rooms. And we're following the humming sound, which is coming from under us. But we believe that, these rooms on the side are not the rooms that they appear to be just little smaller quarters. We don't, and what we say is, we plan, we evaluate our plot here. We plan on coming back and, looking in these rooms, but what we know that, these rooms are probably not where our objective is. And we don't want to overindulge in exploring every room because of the lethality of traps at every turn. So it's ambiguous in the sense that we're not directly facing additional traps. We're making a choice to not put ourselves in that unnecessary danger, but potentially coming back and looking again, or maybe not. Before we exit this corridor, did you have any questions? Before we see what's on the other side, which is probably something that's going to go down. Do I remember if these people sacrificed themselves or if they only did blood sacrifice on others? Did these people sacrifice themselves? 50-50. Yes. Did they also sacrifice others? Unlikely. 50-50. Yes. Sacrifices are made. if you're thinking what I'm thinking, I mean, these rooms are right over top of where we're going. So you think maybe that's where they all went then? You think this civilization, like, maybe when it's time to die or go away, they seal themselves in these rooms and maybe sacrifice themselves to what's under them? Is that what you think? Or is that so? This boon rock, if it exists, has to be powered up. Oh snap! So you think like they just fed themselves on some like you think they sacrificed themselves to this boon rock? Oh man, that's probably a powerful ass boon rock, yo. All right, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. At the end of the day, the objective of the game is to explore the world, right? But also, I want to have survival elements, and I want to be able to, provide, I want us to be able to provide for ourselves and the other players. Maybe it wasn't a whole culture, but a splinter cult. Are they known? Are there any known divergences of this culture that you read about? I'm going to say 50-50. No. So not that you read about, but usually when there's like a splinter cult, you don't really know about it, right? Kind of like Prometheus. Those scientists that went off to the other planet and made the xenomorphs, no one knew about them. So what I was saying was, hopefully we find something down here that, that can help us strengthen our entire unit. All right, so we're going through the corridor. Did you have any other questions about the corridor before we leave? And if you do, you think of that. Do I see anything that would inspire art? I'm going to say 50-50. No. But I'm going to be honest here. I'm actually curious to see, because remember, I'm a very dark and grim eccentric dude. I personally have an interest into seeing what maybe these sarcophaguses look like, these tombs look like. I feel like my character is into the grim macabre of death and sacrifice, and I like to paint those things, hence the name Grimview. I would like to take a peek behind one of these doors. Do you object? I look at the door. Do I see any, is there like an obvious way to open this door? I'm going to say somewhat likely. Yes. With my above average intuition, do I spot any potential traps? Above average versus average. I'm going to say above average because Well, I think by now, I mean, I'm getting an idea of their architecture, and I'm just basing this off of what I've seen so far. So I'm going to say the difficulty is not above average, but average. I do spot something that looks like a trap. What is it? Because it might not be a trap. I'm gonna ask you, but what is it? What do I see that is getting my attention? Crazily heavy. So there's this. I see a big. Is it like a lever? Is it a lever? Very likely. Yeah, I see a big lever of some sort. Whatever it is, it's heavy as hell, and it requires strength to open. Does Speaker Dawn know anything about these? I mean, wait, do I see these on every door? I'm gonna say near short thing. Yes. Does Speaker Dawn know if this is just like a, maybe anything with these giant levers? You think it's safe to pull up? Do you know if maybe they, when they kill themselves and not kill themselves, but when they put themselves to rest, when they seal up, do they trap their doors, or can I just lift this thing up? I mean, what are the odds that they trap their levers, though? Do they trap their levers? Very unlikely, right? Wait, I mean, wait. If this is, since the first door had to do with mass, is there some sort of slab that squishes them? Or is it a door lock? Hold that thought. The fact that they're powering the boon rock with their bodies, they probably wouldn't want no one to potentially come in and remove what's powering the boon rock. So there is a possibility that there could be some security mechanism at play, So to your question, since the first door had to do with mass, is there some kind of slab that squishes them? Let's figure that out. Because I can totally see, like, once everybody's like in their beds or slabs that they're going to get squished on, a person like walks down the corridor and like just starts bloop, 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 bloop. Someone has to, you know what I mean? Or maybe it's automatic, but let's figure that out. Let's see. Are these levers that are intended to open the door? I'm gonna say somewhat likely, and if no, they are levers that are used to do the dirty work. Are these levers to open the door? Somewhat likely. Yes. I'm gonna have one of the I'm gonna tell one of the hired hands to lift it up. I say, get one of your strongest guys to lift this up. I'm going to grab the potency of their strongest hired hand, and I'm going to give it a +1 rank shift. Maximum. Really strong brolic dude. Really strong and more than capable of lifting this thing up. Really strong, really strong. It's going to be his high strength versus, I think it's probably going to be, I mean, they're designed for lifting, so they're not going to be too heavy. But at the same time, when that draw's closed, it's closed. Private Muscle's trying to get in there, but we have to tell him to sit down. What a burden. Hey, didn't you forget that you're a burden? Sit your... We don't want to have to carry you out of here. It's hard enough dragging you because you hurt your back. It's hard enough dragging you. We don't want to leave you behind like they left that other guy. So just relax. Just relax. What a burden. So I'm going to say the difficulty is probably above average. So his high versus, is he able to open it? Yes. Does anything happen? Very unlikely. Is it bad what happens? $50-50. Unlikely. No. All right, what happens? I'm going to roll a random event. NPC negative, activity / home. Now, I know I asked if it was bad and it said no. It's saying NPC negative, so I'm going to interpret that as it's bad, but not like bad. Like when I said bad, I meant like, are we in danger? Not somebody's feelings being hurt or something like that. But NPC negative, activity / home. So he gets the door open and Private Muscles, you know, because remember earlier, that was his opportunity to shine and prove himself. He's part of this new group. So, you know, when they got to get this guy to open and he wanted to, we told him to relax. You know, he's kind of feeling a little bit bitter, you know. He's like, if I'm going to sit around, if I was just going to be sitting around, I would have stayed home for this. And I tell him, I'm like, yo, man, do you want to leave here with arms? Sit down. Or you going, you know what I mean? You should be happy. And stop bitching, stop complaining, be quiet. There could be someone around here somewhere, you know? I'm gonna tell him to stop. I'm tell him to stop complaining with my intimidation. So with my intimidation a high, I'm gonna tell him, I really need, you know, you need to just relax. You're a burden right now. Don't be more of a burden to my ears. And I'm going to say the difficulty of this intimidation is going to be low because not only is he new, but I hired him. I'm his boss. I'm his boss's boss. So I'm gonna give him like a really cool, eccentric, dark, grim. That's what it's going to look like when I retell the story. But in a nutshell, the gist of it is I'm telling him to shut the hell up. Does that work? High versus low, intimidation roll. Yes. I don't want to hear nothing else. All right, so we got the door open. I'm expecting to see a like a sacrificial room. Okay, a sacrificial room. I'm going to generate a scene to see if that is what we are encountering. So if you aren't familiar with Mythic rules, and this is what I should have been doing, but I haven't, it's okay. I'll get to the swing of things. But whenever you enter a new scene, you're supposed to roll to see if there's any alterations to the scene. You're supposed to state what you expect, and then you roll to see if it is what you expected, or if there's any alterations, or if it's completely different than what you expected. And that's all dependent upon the chaos factor. The higher the chaos factor, the more likely something is going to change, and so on and so forth. The chaos factor currently is still in the middle. It's still at 5, and in default, with the 5 chaos factor, that's why things are more so leaning towards it being a yes, just for the sake of action. So that's why whenever I roll 50-50, it's really anything under 65. But anyway, I'm going to roll a scene to see if what I expect. And I'm gonna ask you the same thing. I expect there to just be a sacrificial room, a slab in the middle, maybe, some light in respect of the person. Maybe depending on their status, it might be some decorations what they're being buried with, but I'm expecting it to be I think these rooms are more so going to be reserved for the people as opposed to the other people. Maybe those other rooms that we saw are sacrificial chambers for, outsiders. And that's why the ones that are down here are closer to the Boon Rock as a sign of being of the people and closer. You know what I mean? And some old remains. So we're, maybe some urns, maybe I don't know if you ever played Morrowind, but you know how the ancestral tombs had the in the background. Maybe it's a little bit of ambience in there because the spirits are talking. I don't know. But that's what I'm expecting. Is that what we're seeing? Altered scene. Altered scene. So that means something is a little bit different. Are there maybe there's just maybe there's multiple, maybe there's more remains than we thought. Is there more remains than we thought? Very likely. Yes. Maybe there's more art in here than I thought. Is there something that inspires me? I'm going to say very likely. I'm going to say somewhat likely. Oh, you can't even revel in this excitement with me because you can't see what I just rolled. I'm sorry. But let me move this up so you can see it. But that, sir. Oh, damn, you couldn't see both of those rolls. So yeah, there's more remains and there's art. An exceptional yes. Yo, there's probably a porch. It's probably like a mural of whoever this was, their life and everything they've accomplished. It probably goes from left to right, from their birth to their demise. Oh man. I'm stoked. I'm stoked. Let me clear this off. I'm stoked. Now, look, I don't know if you're really into tomb raiding or anything, but help yourself to the remains. I'm actually, I would like to think I'm not I'm not like probably lawful good, but I feel that it's like an Egyptian tomb, yeah, where they're buried with their things. And on that note, I'm not opposed to telling our guys to, hey, search through the remains. If you see anything you like, let me know first. We'll talk about the split. Actually, no, that's not my character. I'm not really here to look for I'm just more so here for the art. But do they ask me do they ask us if they can, partake? I'm going to say somewhat likely. Yes. Let me fix this real quick. They do ask. I'm not opposed. What do you think? Are you opposed to? I mean, yeah, I would say be careful because I don't want you setting off any traps. If I said no, it would be because of that. But if I say be careful. I'm really focused on this artwork. But they asked us that question, and I'm kind of indifferent. What do I'll let you figure out if we should have let them or not. I mean, there's risk in that. There's risk in that. Are there whole remains like mummies or skeletons, or was everyone cremated? So I think, remember so I asked if, I said that I felt that there would be one single slab with that person on there, you know, probably dead. And we said that there ended up being more remains. So I'm okay with it, but yeah, we should examine first to avoid the curses and stuff. Oh, I didn't even think of curses, dog. Damn. Are they whole remains? Let's start with that. First, this is bothering me. Hold on one second. This is really bothering me. Hold on one second. This is what I've been trying to fix for like the past 5 minutes. There we go. Rank versus rank. Are there whole remains? I think there would be whole remains because they want to smash these. No. Because if they're not on the slab to get squished, they're just there. There's a reason they're probably not being sacrificed to the thing. So I guess it wouldn't matter if they were cremated or not if they're not being sacrificed, right? So it can swing to your question. It can swing both ways. If they're not being sacrificed, then they probably don't mind being cremated or kept whole. It doesn't matter because they're not being sacrificed. So I'm going to say 50-50. Are they whole bodies? No. I want to go outside the box as well. You know, this is a fantasy world, so maybe it's something totally different, right? Maybe they're being preserved in a totally different way. I will ask a question if they're cremated because that's a common way. But if it's not cremation, we're going to make up another way that they're being preserved for the sake of world building. I'm going to let you make it up. So I'm going to say, because I want to see that, I'm going to say it's very unlikely that they're cremated. Are they cremated? Yeah, they're cremated. But not in the way that you would think they would be. So what from your history, what do you know about their cremation process, Speaker Dawn? While you're thinking of that, I'm going to be examining this artwork. What looking at this artwork, what feeling does it give me? What emotion does it give my character? What am I feeling? Coolly rustic. Oh, it's so rustic. Maybe their ashes are mixed with some kind of cement or glass. Create a lesser boon rock. Like spirit rock. Are you thinking maybe like they're being crushed, they're being cremated into an ingredient to or they're actually being processed, or like, you know, like what they do to diamonds into boon rocks? Boon rocks are natural. They're formed naturally. One, maybe they're trying to create some sort of alternative. Or two, it is paying homage to the ultimate boon rock that's under them. They're like, hey, you're not being sacrificed to the ultimate boon rock, but in honor, you will be formed in its likeness. And maybe there are some properties and benefits to having these things, But I would imagine it probably wouldn't, because it's so many of them. Probably they're probably not as I don't want to say not useful. You know, they're probably useful in some way, but the magnitude is probably not as important or useful as maybe a boon rock would be. But like I said, like an alternative. I was thinking like the real life process. You can have the ashes of a cremated loved one mixed into blown glass objects. Okay. I like the idea of them being formed into boon rocks, like to look like a boon rock in honor of boon rocks. And they do contain the essence of that person's spirit, or, you know, spirit, soul, energy, or whatever. And that can be used for something, and we can come up with that as well. But something that's exclusive to this culture. How do you feel about that? Maybe it's just a cultural thing, no magic. So in honor of boon rocks, I'm just going to write cremation mock rocks for now. Oh, wait, like maybe we could ask the spirits questions. I don't have that kind of ability. I mean, we can ask to see if we get any response. That's kind of scary, especially if we letting our dude do like rummage through the Jones. I don't know. Do we want to wake them up? I'm not about that life. But you know, you can do that. Oh, I must have some kind of like caps caps lock. My bad. But what were you saying? Do we want to commune? I said like a history book, but with the actual people to talk to. I got excited. How do you want to approach that? I mean, I don't know if in character, because I personally don't know about their culture. So I wouldn't pick it up and try to talk to any spirits. Is that something that you want to try and see what happens? I'm going to take note of the art inspiration, the feeling that I get from the inspiration, the coolly rustic. Coolly rustic is what I found. Cool rustic feeling from art. What? Yeah, but not automatically. Like, oh yeah, definitely not automatically. Like maybe we have to find some way to unlock the spirit stones. So, you know, you recall that they delved into this type of practice, right? Do you recall how that is tapped into? Is the question. Well, first let's ask, is that something that they do? I like that idea. So I'm going to say somewhat likely. Is that something that they even I'm gonna say likely. Is that definitely the case? That's what's going on here. Yes. Do you recall how that is done from your history knowledge? We're going to do high. And we'll say the difficulty of you knowing that is below average. You do not recall how it's done. Maybe there's something in the room that can help jog your memory. Because that seems like, I mean, the reason we rolled it, I mean, I feel like that's probably like deep knowledge. You know what I mean? But below average nonetheless. You know what I mean? Man, just something to discover, I suppose. Yeah, we'll probably well, there's probably two ways we can probably learn it. Maybe if we looked at other rooms, or maybe there we can find out more under the main boon rock, or maybe we can find some sort of look around the room. Maybe there's some sort of scrolls or documentation or something. Is there anything in the room that could potentially, shine some light on this process? Including the art that I'm looking at. And I'll check in a second. I'm going to say likely. It may be the artwork depicts that, this person being, turned into the spirit stone. I'm going to say likely that there's something in the room that can kind of shine some light on that process. Exceptional, no. It's probably one of those things that, is just go. It's, at the end of the day, this is not something that they left behind for other people to discover. It's more so something in their own house. So it's like writing on your bathroom instructions on how to spray Febreze. Like that's something that only your family use. Your family Febreze is like. That's a terrible example, but I think you get what I'm saying. It's so mundane to them that it's like they wouldn't write on the wall why they do it for like a future civilization to learn it. What is the storytelling? What is this this artwork, this mural telling me about this individual? Disrupt / peace. This person was a defender of his civilization and he would try to create peace. I'll just keep an eye out as we go deeper. He would bring peace and would defend whenever someone would try to disrupt peace. So this person was a defender, a protector. What else do I see in this mural? Attainment / suffering. Attainment / suffering. Attainment / suffering. That sounds negative. Attainment / suffering. Attainment of enlightenment by ceasing suffering. So that's why, you know, they go through this process. This is like, maybe they look at their existence as some form of any form of existence, not with the boon rock that's under them, is potentially seen as suffering, and the end all, the ultimate goal that you want to attain is accomplishing something, and then all that we'll say, you know, all that, and we'll flesh this out, right? But all that accumulates, you know, all that good karma accumulates. So when it's time to be given to the stone, all your good deeds, that's your measure of the power, of the magnitude of your soul. Your spirit is based off of what you accomplished. And once you've accomplished, reached high attainment, you can gain the ultimate attainment by sacrificing yourself, ending your suffering, and all your good things is being, you know, drained into this boon rock. Okay. That's pretty deep. I think I have all I need for my next painting. Let's roll to the next, let's leave here. Let's leave here. So in this next room, I'm expecting there to be some sort of, some sort of pathway that goes down. Right? Is that the case? I'm going to go ahead and generate the scene. Interrupt scene. PC negative. NPC positive. Imprison / news. This is complicated. My brain is going a different. So something just interrupted the scene when we got to this room. It's something negative is happening to one of us. Something positive is happening to a NPC. There's a possibility that I might either have to introduce a new NPC, or they're talking about our guards, our hired guards. Imprison / news. There's nothing positive that our guards would benefit from this situation. So I have to introduce a new NPC that would benefit from something negative. First, let me figure out which one of us this negative thing is happening to. Is this happening? Is there a spirit here that seeks to imprison us in these sacrificial chambers? And I feel like the moment we walk into this room, you will kind of recognize, like, this looks a lot like what I've read about. You know what I mean? And you get like, breaking news, like, hold up, this looks familiar. And that would kind of lead into this, whatever this new NPC is, right? So first off, is this happening to, because it says, all right, so PC, is this happening to our entire group? I'm going to say 50-50. No, it said player character, so I have to roll to see which character it is. Is this happening to me? I'm going to say 50-50. Is this happening to me? If not, it's happening to you. This is happening to me. NPC positive. I'm going to introduce a new NPC here. The character is an organization. And to make that fit into the current circumstances, I can interpret that as whoever it is, they are either another group or affiliated with this civilization. So some sort of spirits, spirit guards or something like that. Is it possible that those guards, those people, if the guy at the entrance wasn't alone, it's a possibility that their people made it here and they've been here and don't know how to, like, I guess, progress to, downstairs or whatever. So I'm going to roll. Is this some sort of spirit and entity affiliated with this ancient civilization? I'm going to say somewhat likely. If not, it's another external group. It's not a spirit. It's another group. It's another group. NPC negative, NPC positive, in prison. Yeah, it's got to be them. It's got to be them. Is it Gray? Is it Gray Man's group? I'm gonna say very likely. Yes. So there's something I want to talk about that I'm going to make a video about, but I decided, because there are so many different races, that I'm going to go in the direction of every person is unique. Every person is unique. And yeah, if they have offspring, it's going to be of the same kind, the same race. With that said, I want to ask a question. Gray Man's group, are they all gray men like him? Is the only way to access the downstairs by sacrificing someone? Yo, you're on to something. That's why they're here. And maybe we came just in the nick of time. They were about to send somebody back to go get the boy that they left behind, but we came right on time. First off, are they gray men? Are they like him, or are they all just different, like a unit of just different types of people? Are they gray men also? I'm gonna say likely. Yes. Okay, so they're of his same race. These gray men. Do you need a sacrifice to go downstairs? I'm going to say very likely. That would be the only reason they're still here and not downstairs. I mean, yeah, they could be coming up from downstairs, but very likely there's a chance that that could be the case, but very likely that it requires something else to continue. Is that what it takes? Yes. A high density of races. Yes, sir. I used to play this game called Legend of Mana, and every NPC was just something different. It was like a magical world. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Give me 1 second. This is crazy. What are they doing to me? All right, so now we just got to figure out what they're doing to me. PC negative, NPC positive. So it's benefiting them in prison/news. So I'm being imprisoned. Is it an ambush? Is it an ambush? I'm going to say very likely. Yes. That it says what happened because I had pasted it there, because I can even put things in before I ask a question. So for example, how many is there more? How many of them are there? And then if I just roll, it'll put that question up there. But it's an ambush. I do need to know how many of them there are, because that's why we got hired help. We might be good. I'm thinking of, because they already got one dude out there. I'm thinking if you're tomb raiding, you don't got like a whole group, so I'm thinking of D6. Thinking of D6. How many of them are there? 5. Well, it's 7 of us and 5 of them. We have 5 hired guards. And this is what they're made for. This is what they wanted. They have high morale. 1-on-1 is injured. It's fine. just another target for them. So I get grabbed. I'm assuming this person comes up from behind. So first, I want to know if I didn't walk in that room first. So this dude must have been behind me. I didn't walk in that room first. I'll tell you that now. Did this person come up from behind me? Near sure thing. Unless he got like some invisibility boon rock. Near sure thing. Yes. How did we not see him? When this person comes out of the blue, does this person just appear out of nowhere? Well, actually, you know what? Let me roll. With my above average intuition. Well, first I have to see something. Was this person stealthing? I'm gonna say near shore. I'm gonna because if it ain't stealthing, it's some kind of craft. I'm gonna say it was all of us. I'm gonna say unlikely. Was he stealthing? Unlikely. Unless he was probably like on the ceiling. I don't know. It's a possibility. Was he stealthing? Yes. Random event. NPC positive. Care/prison. Care. And I'm just using this to compound on what we already know right now. Because we're paused. NPC positive. Care/prison. He was stealthing. He came out from one of the from the other tombs. He came out from one of the tombs. You were typing it as I was probably getting ready to say it because I know the delay, but it has to be that, right? You know, I mean, if it wasn't that, it had to have been straight up craft. So I said it was unlikely that he was stealthing, and they're saying he was stealthing. That roll is crazy. Look at that roll. That was almost an exceptional, yes. He came out from one of the tombs quietly. Wow, he's good. He's good. So, with my above average intuition, now that I know he was stealthing and under these circumstances, I'm going to say the difficulty of detecting him was probably exceptional. Was I able to react to this? And I'm using my intuition as opposed to reflex because I'm someone who would want to notice first. Did I sense this person when he was coming up to me? No. Does he have me at knife point? Very likely. No. Is it a weapon? Very likely. No. It's either craft or he's just going to break my neck. Is he just going to break my neck? Very likely. Yo, that's not good because that means he is like a wrestler or something. I'm fucked. Yo. When I can react, I defend with my U-wood staff and order the guards to get to work. Okay. So I imagine when he comes up from behind me and he grabs me, and he's probably beast. He's probably a beast, right? If he's just gonna threaten me by breaking my neck, there's someone, one of their party. Are they all stealthing? Somewhat likely. I'm going to roll a die. I'm going to roll a D5. I mean, a D6. Depending on that dice result is how many of our guards, our hired guards, have someone behind them. The same way I'm hemmed up. I'm feeling like these guys are a bit more organized and like they're really good they're like ninjas or something. And I feel like that guy in the beginning was just someone that was fodder for traps. It's like fighting those invisible super mutants in Fallout. Invisible super mutants. Listen, I love Fallout, but I played that game and modded that game so much that I never did the main story. I never went as far as getting into territory where, I fought super mutants before, but I never heard of invisible super mutants. That sounds terrifying. But I was always into modding and doing base building and in survival mode. So because I played survival mode, like hardcore modded survival mode, I never put myself in line of sight of anything invisible. Let alone super mutants. Like I always stayed away from super mutant territory in that game until I got strong enough. I think I had one playthrough where I was strong enough, but they were kind of scary to me, and I usually avoided them. So I never. Sorry, I went off on a tangent. Y'all love Fallout, man. One day I have an idea that I'm gonna do where I just play different games, but using this. I'm gonna roll a D6. The result of that D6 is going to be how many of our guards have also been successfully hemmed up like me, because they're all stealthing and they're all beast mode. Okay, so only one other guard. Okay. Now, are you just straight up attacking, like, or you're not even letting them say anything? Or do you want to hear what they gotta say first? Depends on their stance. So they are, they have a couple people that are behind us, and I would think the rest of them probably have their, if they grab you and threaten, beat them up. So they grab. I imagine that they have me grabbed, and they're going to probably threaten. But if they just appear, let's talk. I think they're just standing there, but I am grabbed up though. But I don't think they're just leaping in. It's a straight up ambush. But let's ask though, because if it requires blood to get down here, I wouldn't be surprised if they were efficient in the stand. But if that was the case, no, because he didn't have a weapon, so he wouldn't just break my neck. One of them might have a blade that they need to shed blood with. So there's a possibility that they might just go for the kill for the sake of getting through. We don't know how cutthroat these dudes are. So let's ask, are they just going for the kill, or is there going to be a possibility that they want to, communicate? Are they going in for the kill? I'm going to say somewhat likely, because if they already know, maybe they don't know. Not everybody is a history buff. Only your character we know knows these things. There's a possibility they don't know that, which is why they're still here. They probably don't know anything about this place. All they know is, yes, let's go with that. Let's go with that. They might not go right for blood. They probably don't know what it takes to go down further, you know? So are they going in, or are they going to subdue us and then talk? I'm going to say very likely. They're going for the kill, yo. So the two that have us grabbed don't have weapons. They're holding us. Do they all have? Are they all unarmed? 50-50. Because if two of them are unarmed, first off, if you're stealthing to the point where none of us saw you and you're coming up from behind someone and you're grabbing them but no weapon to like by their neck, like you're going to snap their neck, and not one but two of you can do that. If you're rolling with any group and two people in your group are capable, if you got into a fight with someone and you have people in your group and their first action is to snap someone's neck, there's more than there. It's likely that this is a group of trained assassins or something. Two of you ain't just gonna know how to snap a neck. So what I'm saying is, if two of you know how to snap necks and prefer to snap a neck, it's likely that the third person also wants to snap necks. So with that said, are they all unarmed with intentions of striking with just their hands? I'm going to say likely. Yes. They're probably some sort of organization, faction of Tomb Raiders. You know, that's why they're really good at stealthing. But as far as I know, and you're probably thinking the same thing I'm thinking, they need us. I got this. Remember, my skill is intimidation and artistic ability. And if you have any ideas, feel free. If you want to change your mind, because I know you said if you had the option to, they're going for blood. And I know you said you would strike with your wood staff and tell the guards to, we have 5 people with us. We're good. But I think there's something about these guys. So we might need to talk our way through this a little bit. We have knowledge and they have the one up on us at the moment. He could snap my neck. You know? But they're going for blood. What do you do? Okay. Do we have a moment to talk before one of their people try to attack us? Because this is an ambush. I don't know how far things are in motion. We're about to find out. Do we have an opportunity to say, hey, wait, stop? Like, oh, wait. Or are they just that efficient where they're like hemming me up and they're just going to take us out? Do we have an opportunity to say something? I'm going to say, I yell for them to stop and ask to talk. Do we have an opportunity to ask to talk? I'm going to say very likely. Yes. So you say, let's stop, let's talk. So that's going to be your that's going to be some that's going to be I mean, we can do it. I think this is appropriate. I think odds are appropriate for this. What are the odds? Unless you want to go with an untrained persuasion. There's two ways we can do this, and the choice is yours. An untrained persuasion would be your you're an attribute of intuition, and it's going to be a -2 rank shift because it's untrained. So it would be low. But you have intuition, you have an above average intuition, so it would be a below average persuasion. Which kind of probably brings us around to what the odds of them stopping. Yeah, I think you would have to go with a persuasion check. I mean, we can go either way. I mean, I like to use odds. I like to use odd checks for more so like mechanical things and not like skill checks. They're not defending with, it ain't like you're arguing here. They're not defending, persuasion. So we're going to use odds. We're going to use odds. What are the odds that they would listen to you? What are our odds of success of you saying, "Hey, stop," and then they actually, stop? I'm going to say likely, because it's kind of in your nature to like listen, to react to someone saying stop, unless you're just bloodthirsty, cold-blooded, and just want, like an animal. So I'm going to say likely. Do they listen when you say stop? They definitely don't listen. So they're definitely getting the first attack on us. So I'm grabbed up. Do they attack one of our guards first? It's more of them, so I'm going to say that's a near sure thing. Yes. So they start fight. Now this is when I get into director mode. Okay. Matter of fact, give me 1 second. I want to charge my phone. But what I'm going to say is, this is when I get into director mode. I'm going to orchestrate this. This is how I orchestrate combat when I DM. So just give me 1 second. So they're going after our guards. They're striking our guards unarmed. And what I envision is these guys they're martial artists. Are they martial artists? I'm going to say very likely. That is an exceptional yes. Man. Let me figure out how dangerous these dudes are. I feel like we ran into a group that's this is not good. Let me see how efficient these guys are. I'm gonna roll potency as a group because they're trained fighters. What are we working with here? How dangerous are they? Average. Okay. They're organized. They're on point, but they're on par with us. It's 7 against 5. It's 7 of us, 5 of them. Though 2 of us are hemmed up, but that's fine. So they rush one of our other guards and strikes with a flurry of blows. They're striking our guy with. They have a 1-up on us too, so I'm gonna give them. It's gonna be their. I'm gonna say that they're above average in martial arts. I'm gonna give them a +1 for the ambush. Our guys are. Let me roll potency for our guys. I don't think I did it for that dude's strength, but I'm gonna roll potency for our guys. Average. I'm gonna say our guys are, when it comes to skirmishing and fighting, they're above average as well. That's why we hired them. They wouldn't be hired guards if they were average fighters. You know what I mean? So I interpret that as these are. Our guys are also above average. They're going to be defending with an above average their skirmishing ability from the martial arts of our attackers. And they are going to get a -1 penalty because we're currently being ambushed. We're at a disadvantage momentarily. They rush our guys. One of our guys in our group gets rushed with a flurry of blows. Does the martial artist successfully land? Yes. So he rushes our guy like some really cool smooth martial arts, like and like some spins, and it ends with a jumping kick, okay, across his head, across his head. Did that hurt? So it's going to be physical attacks powered by your strength are going to be average. It's going to be your strength. So they have an average strength, plus any given rank shift. So if it's like a punch, it's going to be +1. If it's a kick, it's going to be +2. So it's going to be average. He did a flurry of blows. So I'm going to make it average, +2. Versus our guy who probably has I'm going to say his toughness. I'm just going to call it. His toughness is above average. Again, he's a hired fighter, but he's wearing armor, and it's probably thick armor. So I'm going to give him a +2 to his toughness. Does this strike hurt? Does this flurry of blows hurt our guy? Yes. So he lands those blows, boom, 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 bang, and one of our guys falls back. All right. Are we able to, make a move before we are, again, amidst this wave of attack on us? Are we able to interject with a reaction here? I'm going to say, because we're being ambushed, it's going to be average versus average. We outnumber them. So I'm going to give us a plus. We have hired guards. So I'm going to say we are above average. I'm going to give us a +1. Do we go next? I'm going to do odds next time. But do we go next? Yes, we go next. Now, I know you said you're going to. Are you going to strike with your wood staff? What do you want to do? I think our guards are definitely fighting now, so you don't have to tell them. Because one of our guys just got pieced up. What I'm worried about is me sitting here, because I'm gonna try to act as well. I'm sitting in this dude's strong grip. Man, we didn't even get a chance to say anything, man. Trying to think of what music I'm gonna put for this scene. Yeah, I think I want to use the staff throughout the combat to keep attackers at range, but I want to strike the guy who has you first. See if I can get him to let up a little. Okay. Are you going for his face? Because he's behind me, so I would imagine you would go for his face. I don't mean to ask too many questions, but I think that's a really important one. I gotta know, because that's going to affect. I think it's the smaller the target, the harder it is. And you are, what do you have? You have history and climbing. And you're carrying a stick, or I think you called it a. Probably have to step sideways and baseball bat his head. Okay. Bet. I'm trying to go back to see if you call it a wood staff. You called it a wood staff. Okay. So I would say, you know, your skill with your wood staff, you're a climber and you're a history, you know, ex-royalty. You know, being royalty, you would have had some kind of martial, you know, some basic martial training in the staff, which is probably why you have a staff. So I feel like that would put you at what else? What else was on your profile? So I'm trying to think, would you be so trained where you would be the above average person that's good with a staff? Probably not. Probably like average. If you're using a staff, you're good with the staff. You know, there aren't just like peasants walking around with staffs and you're as average as a peasant. So I'm going to put you at average. What do you think? Meanwhile, they are going to be, he has me subdued. So, of course, he's going to be at above average, but I'm going to give him a penalty of 2 because he is preoccupied. All right. So you're at average. He's sitting still. So I'm going to give you a +1. You're aiming for his head. So that will negate that penalty of him sitting still. So average versus above average, he has a penalty of 2. Do you successfully hit him? Yes. Random event, NPC action, imprison/nature. Let's hold that thought. Let's hold that thought. Let's hold that thought. You hit him in the head. You hit him in the head with a staff, so it's going to, you know, that weapon is going to be, I'm going to say, is powered by your strength. So it's going to be average blunt damage. No, it's going to be your strength. What was your attribute? Oh, it was your governing attributes wasn't strength, right? I think you chose agility for your. Yeah, agility and intuition. Okay. So average strength we'll say plus. I think a wood staff would be a +2. Okay. Agility, intuition. Let me make sure first. Let me make sure something. Just want to make sure. So your staff would be considered I'm going to consider it a club. So it's going to be your strength +1 rank shift. Yeah. So your strength of average +1 rank shift, but because you're hitting his head, that's going to give it an additional +2. So it's going to be +3 damage versus his toughness. His toughness is average. Is he wearing a helmet? I'm going to say unlikely. He's a unarmored assassin, it seems. I'm going to say very unlikely that he's wearing a helmet. No helmet. So you hit him in the head. It's going to be it's going to be average toughness. You hit him in the head. Yes, it does damage. So it was your average +3. So you were at 1, 2. It was exceptional. That is because that is 3 rank shifts higher than what his base average is. That makes it lethal blunt damage. It becomes crushing, it becomes lethal because it's blunt damage that is 3 rank shifts higher than his toughness stat. So I have to roll to see if he succumbs to the wound. Whereas, if it was a lethal weapon like a blade that pierces and slashes, which is always lethal, you always have to ask that question. But when it comes to blunt damage, there's a possibility that you can either knock him unconscious or just flat out kill him. Does he succumb to the wound? Yes. Oh, you can't see that. Yes. So because the damage was to his head, it was so much damage to his head. It was 3 rank shifts higher than his toughness stat. He succumbs, and he's knocked unconscious. I mean, he could even possibly be dead, but he's definitely out of it. So you knock him unconscious. He might be dead. Is he dead? Oh no, he's unconscious because it was just a yes. He might be dead. I don't know. Is he dead? I'm gonna say and I'm picturing one of those head crackings. Well, you said you wanted him to just let up a little. So maybe you weren't going for the kill. So maybe you just knock him unconscious. Maybe you weren't going for the kill. I'm going to assume you weren't going for the kill. You specifically said for him to let up a little. And we do still, I guess, probably want to negotiate. Maybe. So he's knocked unconscious. Great. But there's another NPC that is in prison/nature. And the way I interpret that is, two ways. Someone's going to try to imprison another person, grab another person. If not that, nice. If we survive this, we'll have a moral dilemma on our hands, whether we sacrifice the unconscious. Yes, I know. But here's the thing. Hopefully no one dies. If someone dies, that's blood on the floor. That might be the sacrifice. And my character that I just rolled, if it means getting and leading us to something bigger and better, These dudes just tried to kill us. We're sacrificing them, yo. I mean, yeah, that could be an issue, a moral dilemma between us, but hopefully someone bleeds a little bit in this fight. Is someone else trying to be, are they trying to subdue another person? I'm going to say very likely. No, it's definitely not that. So if it isn't that, is it possible it's some kind of craft? Because it said imprison / nature. I'm thinking it was in their nature to try to grab another person, but it's definitely not that. It could be a trap. Nature as in the natural surroundings. A trap that was naturally there already. Likely. Well, it said NPC action. So maybe they took an action and landed in a trap. Is that the case? Yes. One of them went to try to grab another person and stepped into a trap. Do they get maimed by the trap? They're ninjas, right? I'm going to say likely. I mean, I'm going to say somewhat likely. Maybe he was able to get away from it. Yes. Random event, NPC action, transform / weapons. So you hit the guy, knock him unconscious. He gets off of me. I become free. They try to grab another person, steps into a trap, gets maimed by that trap. And the other remaining ones, they reveal their weapons. What do these weapons look like? Offensively small. They're knives. They're daggers. Wait, are they ninja stars? Are they projectiles? 50-50. Yes. They start pulling out projectiles. Throwing knives. Even better. I know you probably wrote that before I said projectiles. So I try my best to combine them. Projectiles. They pull out little throwing knives. Let me take note here. I gotta take a note. One is maimed in the trap. There's 5 of them. One is maimed. 2 of them are maimed. Technically, you knock that dude out with your staff. And the other 2, there's 2 that have. Oh no, he's knocked out. Another one is grabbing another one, so that means there's. We're not even going to get into all that. This is action. I'm seeing action in my head. We're not going to get too. I don't want to bog us down with minor details. I'm going to direct us through an action scene here. So I'm going to attempt to. I'm going to say something along the lines of. Stop. I'm going to threaten them. I'm going to say, stop. Do you know who I am? I said, do you know who I am? Cease this. Do you know who I am? Trying to make it seem like I'm a big important person, and I will have y'all beheaded. I will have you killed. I will have assassins that will come. Do you know who I am? Stop this madness. Something along the lines of that. Much cooler. Way cooler. Way cooler. Intimidation high. That's going to be resisted with their and they're attacking us, right? That's going to be, it could be, I think that would go against their intelligence. That's going to go against their intelligence. Because if they're not buying it, they're not going to stop. It's not even like a reflex. It's not even like a reaction. Like I'm fooling them at this point. Their intelligence, their baseline average, right? So I think we would get a bonus because we definitely just knocked one of them out, and one of them just got sprung up into a trap. So they're already down 2 people. That would help my case. So I'm going to give me a +1 rank shift, and they can't know who we are. They've never met us before. When I say that, do I get some sort of do they listen? Do I get some sort of reaction? Yes. Do they cease from throwing their projectiles? I'm going to say very likely. Yes. I think I'm going to tell the other guy to let go of. Wait, I'm not going to get ahead of myself here. But it looks like they are listening. I'm going to say, unhand him. Get off of him. Let him go. I'm going to do intimidation again. Does it work? Yeah. Let me take note of that real quick. They respect the voice of authority. Yeah. I feel like they're probably hired. If that's the case. So they let go of him. I tell them that I tell them who I am. I'm not trying to be deceptive here. I will put a bag on their head. I sell my art. I got money. I can get money. I'm gonna be paid after I apply what I learned today to the canvas. I will put money on their head. I tell them who I am. I am Grim View. The dopest artist in the sands in this region. Okay? I will put money on your head. That's intimidation. I don't know if I should give a bonus for that. We didn't talk about it, but if I'm royal, you probably are too. Yeah. Do you know who we are? Do you know who we are? I am Grim View. That is Speaker Dawn. Speaker Dawn. Speaker Dawn. Do they know who Speaker Dawn is? of the XYZ royal family. We don't know that yet, but it's a royal family somewhere. Do they know who Speaker Dawn is? Unlikely. Nah. Do they know who I am? Very unlikely. But do they listen? Because there's a man on the floor and his head is cracked open. Do they listen? Very likely. They listening. I don't know how much we want to tell them, but we could potentially work together. Who are you? Who are y'all? Why are you attacking us? They better. You swung that thing like a baseball bat. In my head, I pictured it like, because you said you sidestepped, so you was like, you said, bow. Like the Nest bat from Smash Brothers. You know that sound when you hit him with the bat? Yo, I played a lot of tabletop RPGs. I don't know if I ever seen someone get one hitter quittered. That's why I like the Mythic system, man. If you get hit in the head with a wood staff like that, there ain't no, I got 2 HP left. I still got him in the chokehold. I got 2 HP left. No, you just got hit in the head with a wood staff. You were knocked out. That's why I love the Mythic system. Man. Anyway, sorry. So they're listening to us. Is there anything you wanted to say before I continue talking? Because I think at this point we are talking to them. We were able, I think we gave such a great offensive show of our strength that now we're able to talk about this. Is there anything you would like to say? And if there is, while you're thinking of that, I want to know what the guy that got caught in the trap, what it looks like. How is he maimed? Gently ruined. Gently ruined. It was some sort of imprisonment by nature, right? A natural trap, some sort of, and he's imprisoned somehow, but he's maimed gently. I think there are little sectors. There's holes. Pitfalls that are designed to just drop bodies for a quick sacrifice. Yeah, it takes blood. Yo, that might. Yeah, I'll back you up basically since you intimidated them. Okay, so you're pretty much your character is compounding, you're co-signing, you're adding to that conversation. I'll remember that when I retell the story. Because remember, I think, to what you had said, like when we first wrote our characters, I was like, yo, there's a possibility we're together. Like, cause we were both kind of these, regular, our occupations were very more so not too barbaric, seemed like we were like very classy. Like we had jobs, as opposed to like fighting and stuff. Anyway, gently ruined. Imprisoned. It's a trap that imprisoned, gently ruined. How do you gently? I think gently as in like whatever trap it was something that happened like like that, one of those traps, you know what I mean? Like whatever, it was a process that was very swift and graceful, and it just raptured him up and ruined him it was like it suspended him up and then maybe like pulled him apart some kind of way. Something, whatever it was very smooth. And then like maybe he got ripped apart. He got ruined. Some kind of contraption that was designed to just pull his feet off his legs or something. Look, just his feet. It just snapped. It just ripped his feet in his hands. And it was just his body. It just fell. It took the hands and the feet. He's ruined. He got defeated. Oh, I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. He got defeated. It just came out. I didn't. If you watch, look, when you rewatch that John just came out. I had no control over that. All right. So I'm talking to them. The body drop. I was imagining the body getting chopped up in a wood chipper kind of thing after the impact. Chopped up in a wood chipper kind of after the impact. The impact of hitting the floor? Like a garbage disposal. Yeah, I like the idea of just a really over the top trap. And that has like phases to it. Yeah, so he gets pulled up in prison, his body parts taken apart, and then the rest, hits the ground and is grinded up. It needs all that blood. All that blood. They want all that blood. Give me all that. Lead it, shreds up the clothes. Want that blood though. Need all that. All right. So yeah, we're talking to them, and we pretty much, I think, we tell them like, we're here investigating. We're here investigating, and whatever we find, and correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me. Feel free to interject, but help yourself. I'm here. I know what I'm here for. I'm not here. If I find something cool, y'all can have whatever you're here for. We can talk about it. We can split it. But I don't say it that way. I'm trying to use the most out of my intimidation. That's my way of communication. So I say, look, we're here for this, this, and this. And if we find something we don't want, sure, you can have it. You could probably, I don't even care if you find something that I want. No, I'm not going to say that. We'll talk about it. I say it like that. I'm not making no promise. But we need each other to, we can both get out of here alive. And I won't say anything. I won't say anything when we leave here. Otherwise, if I don't get back home, you're going to be in trouble. They'll find you. Matter of fact, I tell one of our hired hands to go back to the entrance, but I wink at him like, I'm just bullshitting. I wink at him. I tell him, I say, if I don't leave this cave, just as a tactic, just as an intimidation tactic to so they believe that what I'm saying, can happen. You know, he's going to tell, if I don't leave this cave, they're going to know. And there's going to be money on your head because I am Grimviewer. All right. So I'm going to send one of our guys. I think we'll be okay. I'm going to send one of our guys back. Is he able to successfully get back without being killed by any traps? We'll figure that out later. But I tell the guy with the hurt back. I tell Private Muscle to go back. Because he ain't going to help us. He's a burden. I tell him to go back. That way we're not, Yeah. Send Muscle. See, we're on the same page. We're on the same page. Does that work? Do they listen? I'm going to say hi. I think we get a bonus because he actually is going back. And you're co-signing that, right? So, I mean, I don't know if maybe I don't know if we want to play our hand yet, but maybe you say something along the lines of, we know how to get through this. Because I know you said, I don't want to speak for you, but you said that, you're kind of helping. That would be something that would help. They need us. And we don't want to, we don't want to take any more of them out. So if that's the case, I feel like we should have a bonus of 2. You and me, our group, we should have a bonus of 2 versus their average. Do they listen? Does it work? Yes. Random event. Move towards a thread. Desert/investment. So I interpret that as it did work. I say, you need us. We don't need you. Follow and listen if you want to survive this. Exactly. And because of that, we are able to proceed to our objective, which is getting down here and seeing what's down here. So that's move towards the thread, desert/investments. I interpret that as they agree. They desert whatever they were invested in, whatever they were here for. They desert that. And, they tag along with us. They get what they want. And, we get what we want. Like we get to see what's down here. I don't know if they know. We can ask that. We can ask what they know and kind of combine knowledge. But the point is they desert what their objective was and it kind of combines with ours. They need us to get through here alive. You feel me? That couldn't have worked out any more perfect. Yo, we're the perfect team, man. We got to come up with a name. We got to go with we a duo. But this is what we're going to do. First, we're going to figure out what they know to see if we can get any more knowledge before going down in here. The blood sacrifice has been made. Has the blood sacrifice been made? Because that's a good. Is that did anything happen when he got sent down to that wood chipper? I'm gonna say very likely. Yes. Did the stairway open up? I'm gonna say very likely. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So we're gonna figure out. We're gonna figure out if what they know, and we're gonna end on that note. And we're going to pick up another time going into this bottom floor. Hell yeah. All right. I'm hoping what they know don't make me scared to go down here. So I'm going to ask the question. Do they know anything about what's down here? Or is it all just like, what do they know? Do they know anything? Or are they just searching? To make it more interesting, I'm going to say very likely. Matter of fact, I'm going to say near sure thing. No, I'm going to say very likely. Do they know anything extra? I'm going to say near sure thing. You know anything that we don't know that's gonna spicing up the pot. It's gonna sweeten up the pot. Yes. And on that, I'm gonna roll a new plot point. Just to add to what could potentially be down here. And that theme is going to be action again. A high energy gathering. Yo, Varium. The meta black. It always comes full circle. It always comes full circle. I'm going to sleep on that. Let me write that down. I'm not going to sit here and interpret what that is, because that is going to be left for when I retell the story in the final production. That'll be the cliffhanger. And then we'll pick up from there. A high energy gathering. So whatever he says, like the camera zooms in on his face when he's saying it, and the music gets all dramatic, and he says, duh, 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 duh. And we look at each other like, yo, good game, good questions, good hit with that, whack, with that staff. And, yo, we make a good team. Again, for anybody who is watching this and wants to join in, yo, thank you for coming along, Varium. It was definitely a pleasure. And I say this to everybody who, if you ever come in on the streams, just jump in. We're going to roll up your character. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to start rolling up the characters faster. We're going to roll your abilities. We're going to roll this and that. And then you're going to just jump in, and whatever actions you want to take, just type them in like Varium was doing. Just type them in. You don't even got to wait for me. You might want to wait just in case I say something. I try not to go too far ahead in case you want to make an action, but just say something, throw something in the chat, and then we'll, in real time, I would DM us all through these events. I'm gonna retell all this, but I want people to catch up. I want people to see what just happened. So I'm just gonna drop this stream the way it is. I think we had a good pace. You know what I mean? I think I stepped away a couple times just for a couple seconds. I'm gonna drop this stream, and then I'm gonna retell the story where it's nice, and trimmed up with some added effects. How I'm gonna show how everything happened in my head. But yo, Varium, good game. I'm really curious to see what is down here. So far, we're going to leave this with one. We're going to know about a civilization, an ancient civilization in the Meta Black. We're going to know about like the magic and whatever culture that they enslaved or collaborated with to make these traps. And then we're going to figure out what this boon rock is, So that should be interesting. And, hopefully it's something that we can all benefit from at the Black Tower. We got a new stranger. We got a new stranger here, Varium, aka Speaker Dawn, the wasted wandering ex-royal traveler, climber, and knower of history. Very agile and intuitive. Yo, you even got an exceptional yes. I forget what it was for. You got an exceptional yes on something. I forget what it was for, but I'm going to rewatch this because we got to figure out how, when we come out of this, we're going to tally up everything and see if there's some opportunity for growth. Have a good night. Thanks for playing. And I want to have these streams more often, especially if we can, make progress like this. Peace out.